All right, we're back. Damn. $17,000 shares. He took 17,000 shares. How? How did you do that? I can't. I don't have the balls big enough to do that. Holy jeez.
Me wow.
Damn, dude. That's impressive.
Good morning to the guy who looks like a 58-year-old lesbian according to Stocky.
Damn you. Can't even be a hot lesbian, huh? It's got to be past her prime lesbian. Maybe he's into that. Marco's here. Well, it would be a completely different reason. If Kamala was in and we were down like this, I don't even know. I don't know what people would be saying. Probably losing their mind. We'll watch Kim Caron later. He broke it down pretty easily. It's so amazing, this new dynamic that we're in, where basically the option market moves the world. It's pretty insane. Like, and it just like flipped recently. Like, this is a new meta. But it's just fascinating to me that the stock market could care less about world events for the most part. And it'll just move because of big players. It's pretty amazing. Kim Caron talks quite often about how the market didn't crash because of COVID until VIX expiration, and then it was allowed to crash. Like, that's just crazy to me. 47. Gonna do it? There we go. Fubo, they're being merged, so I don't really think it matters what the earnings was. Building out a 5-minute on BTAI. Is this going to crash? Oh. E-Trade won't let me. There you go, E-Trade. Ross, I was looking at it. He traded it here. But it was one trade. He's not in it right now. NVIDIA 118 now. Oof. We'll talk about the SPY in a little bit. I have to get my ears cleaned today at 8:45. So I have to leave here at like 8. So like 20 minutes and then I'll be back. Getting the old ear clean, you know what I mean? Month cleaning? No, it's been actually over 6 months. I usually get it done every. Well, actually, it's been longer than 6 months. It's been close to a year. I was supposed to get it done in October, but then there's this thing called Helene and kind of wiped out the place I went to. But they're back up and running now. So I usually go twice a year. But it's been probably since February or March of last year of 2024 since I've gone. Do I? What's wrong with you? Did they let me keep it? Crap. This freaking guy. Having a hard time getting him back over 50 here. This volume, jeez. That's not a good look. All right, I'm out. I don't like that. Jeez. Failed 5-minute start. Great. Wonderful. Max, I'm cracked. How do you come up with this shit this early? Boys, I had NVIDIA 120 puts. I sold them for a loss. And then as soon as I sold yesterday, this is literally where I sold on this upward move. Unbelievable. Yeah, it looks okay, but it hasn't moved much even inside these 5 minutes. So it's like maybe you get a crack at 2. And as soon as it gets close to this level, it's like sell. I don't know. Gene Hackman. And his dog and his wife. What the hell? Carbon monoxide? Yeah, I bet it. I bet it was carbon monoxide. That's what they're going to say it was. See if we got a 5-minute cuck here. All right, you got the 5-minute cuck. TAI. I don't want to fight that, but it looks to. Fine. This is so tempting here. It's a failed cuck. Let's go. Starting it out, bud. Shot. Good shot. Thank you, my man. Morning to you. Maybe over 53. What is this? Oh, look at that horse shit. Oh, come on. You can't hold up freaking 8. Wow, the sellers. It's a great 5-minute. If this doesn't go, this thing's done for the day. What are we doing besides just selling off the sell off? Bounces as soon as I get out. As soon as I get out. I still have some somehow. Okay. Trying to exit. Five-minute cuck here. TRNR back to the highs, you know, as soon as I exited. I don't know why this thing is moving so thickly. 1.5 million share float. There it goes. Getting 400, 500 shares a minute and it moving 5 cents. Going up or down. Well, the thing is it'll sell out extremely fast because everybody's wanting a new graphics card, and some people might be like, all right, well, can't get an NVIDIA, might as well get an AMD. The thing is there enough stock to move the stock of cards to move the stock price? I don't know. Thank you, Pablo. Yeah, after I sell, it goes too. Same exact thing. What can you do? But it's to be expected. I mean, there's not a lot of range on this thing yet. It just grinds. Even going up, there wasn't a lot of range on any of these candlesticks. So whatever. BTAI dying. See if you bounce off the 230. Of course it's going now. Of course it's going now. All right, we got 8 o'clock news. And then I'll probably have to go get ready to leave. But I'll leave the stream up. I'll be back. Morning, Todd. 92K by midnight. Probably a big no on that one. All right. 5 seconds on 8 o'clock news. See if we get any movers here. The moving. Ah. Of course, I get top tick Tommy here. Top tick Tommy, boys. Jeez, look at the volume. Look at the volume, and it's not even moving. A million, just rotated the whole float, and we couldn't go 5 cents in that range. How does that not go? Ah, yeah, jump my order. It's classy. Getting up to that diagonal, huh? I mean, it's amazing. It's just amazing how the entire float can rotate in a minute with a 1 cent spread. The only way that happens is in-house trading. It has to be. SGBX, safe and green. Maybe that goes off of that. $67. As soon as I put my order in. Bullshit, Phil. Some bullshit. How do they regain compliance to the freaking 60-cent stock? Jeez. Right, over 68. It should go. I filled at 69 somehow. Top tick Tommy. All right, I gotta go get ready. All right, I'll be back.
BIIB Biogen, Committee for Medicinal Products for Human Use, reaffirms positive opinion for lecanemab in early Alzheimer's disease. That's Bravo India, India Bravo, BIIB. Press release now. Shares of Biogen popping on that. BIIB.
Members watching this market the Nasdaq, we're seeing this continued weakness in some of these big names prior. Nvidia trading at lows of the day, Palantir trading at lows of the day, Dell off of their earnings trading at or by lows of the day. Also watching some of other of these spec names in the past, like RGTI at lows, um, LUNR at lows pre-market. But we are seeing continued strength in the Dow. The Dow is up spot 4% pre-market futures wise, while the Nasdaq is down spot 2%.
BIIB Biogen now popping to the highs on that CHMP positive opinion 144.44. That's Bravo India Bravo BIIB. Coming up, the PCE price index month over month plus 0.3%, core PCE price index plus 0.3% expected month over month. Also, personal income, personal spending, the goods trade balance, wholesale inventories for January. Coming up in a minute.
Members, we're expecting that personal income and outlays. Once again,
Goods trade
we are
balance
expecting a print of
minus
0.3%
153.26 billion. The
on
estimate was
personal
minus
income and outlays.
116.9 billion.
Your
Core PCE price index
trade
plus
balance
0.3%
coming in at
line month over month plus 2.6% year over
153.2
year in
billion.
line.
Personal income and
PCE
outlays
price
data
index
points,
month over
members.
month plus
Personal income
0.3% in line.
much higher
Year
at
over year plus
0.9%.
2.5%
Personal
in line.
spending coming in
Personal
much
income
lower
plus
at
0.9% versus plus
0.2%.
0.4%.
PCE
Month
price
over month,
index
personal spending minus 0.2%
month over
versus
month
plus 2.2%.
coming in line at
in
0.3%, as well
estimate.
as the year over year. On the core side, both data
S&P
points coming in
futures right
line
now are
at
ticking a bit
0.3%
higher
and
following the
2.6%
830
year
data.
over year. That's your PCE data, members. Both data points coming in on the personal income and spending different, while the PCE price index and the core numbers coming in as expected. Your wholesale inventories numbers coming in higher than expected at 0.7%
on February 25th
versus
awarded
0.1%
from
expected.
State of New Mexico, $400 million opportunity over the next 4 years. That's November Victor Echo, NVVE. ADGM, Adagio Medical, announcing strategic restructuring to accelerate U.S. pivotal IDE trial and PDT innovation. That is Alpha Delta Golf Michael, ADGM. NIXX, Nixie getting a pop here, small pop, November India X-ray, X-ray. NVVE on that contract announcement, November Victor Victor Echo share is popping here, $3.20. That's NVVE, NVVE, $3.45 now, up more than $1. $4 now on Nuv. Company awarded a $400 million opportunity over the next 4 years, NVVE. Shares hitting $4.40 at the high. November Victor Victor Echo. Benzinga market update: S&P futures up 12, the Dow futures up 187, Nasdaq is up 4. Crude is down 81 cents at $69.54. Natural gas down 5 cents at $3.88. Gold down $31 at $28.65.90. Bitcoin futures down 1870 at 81,955. Coming up at 9:45, the Chicago PMI for February at 1 p.m. The Baker Hughes rig count.
On ARWR launches on Rare Disease Day, new patient-centric resources. On STKH announcing a one-spot 25 million private placement, an $8 million equity line of
ticker
credit funding
CTM,
mechanism.
shares popping.
On
Company
CTM,
announces a
Castellum announcing the award of a
103.3 million
spot
for
3
its
million
GTMR
contract to its
subsidiary.
GTMR
Ticker
subsidiary.
CTM shares up 9.7% on that contract award.
On WOK, Work Medical Tech announcing strategic partnership with Shanghai Chartwell Medical Device. WOK.
BitDeer, ticker BTDR, announces a $20 million share repurchase program.
Members, on the economic front, scheduled for the rest of the day, 9:45, we have your Chicago PMI, and at 1 p.m. the Baker Hughes recount.
CSGP and MTTR CoStar completed acquisition of Matterport. That's Charlie Sandy Golf Papa and Michael Tango Tango Romeo. NVVE, NUV, share is hitting new highs now, $4.71. November Victor, Victor Echo. WAY, Waystar. Waystar expands authorization automation to address healthcare providers' top 25 investment priority. That's WAY.
Members, being posted in the news desk is an updated look of your pre-market movers. On DXF, Eastern Tech plans to purchase Bitcoin to accelerate R&D of digital asset security products. Members, less than a minute to the open. Markets are now open. Good luck, everyone.
Hey, move. Look at those cleaners. That's right. Squeaky clean. All right, let's see if we recover yesterday's lows. Holy lagathan. Anyone else's platform having great. Losing my monitor. I think my video card's on its way out. I need to sell that thing quick. Shut up, cheese. Yesterday's low, 84.65. Let's see what we do with that. The card hasn't been sitting around. I took it out of my other computer and I replaced the heat thermal paste probably 5 years ago, so it might, but it's not overheating, so I don't think it's thermal paste. ATCH. Interesting. Yeah, straight down. Watch for that first candle over candle. That'll tell us if it's going to be like a V or we're just going to roll over. BCG. I take this belt off. I got to get comfy. My monitor keeps turning on and off. There's something up, man. Wasn't doing it until I sat down. Check the cables. Same ones I've been using forever. But it might be a cable. Who knows? I will say this computer case makes you really torque the cable and bend it. It's a really bad design as far as the exit of the cables from the computer case. BBAI, what you doing here, bud? We'll turn off randomly as well. It's interesting. Shouldn't do that. Look at this red to green, boys. So there's your reclaim. See if we reject this area or not. Need to know what's going on. It's yesterday's close. Shut up, Chase. Well, it wasn't an oversold play. It was a reclaim of the markets. Now, if it gives it back up, I'm gonna be out. We're gonna see what kind of appetite the market has today. I mean, we are outside of the Bollinger Bands on the daily chart. That doesn't happen too often, and it typically eventually gives you a bounce, right? You can see it here, here, and here. Does that mean it's today? It'd be 3, like, see here, it'd be 3 to, oh no, that's not a Bollinger Band. Yeah, typically it's bounce, so I don't know. If it's not, that's pretty bad. Nvidia hit 116. 40. Jeez. Not too many things green today. Peach. Favor reporting on a Walgreens. Is closing on a Walgreens buyout. How is this not mooning on that? How's this? This is now red from the news coming out. Okay. And there goes my green day. Make that make sense. Oh, Sycamore closing in on buyout deal of Walgreens? Red. Make that make sense. Okay. 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 May not get anything with a premium. Hey, Faber, that might have been helpful when you released the headline or when you started talking about it. It's the new menu. That's freaking disgusting. Still hanging around these levels. TRNR. Trying to come up here. My monitor's off, so that's why I can't freaking take this straight, and it's back. But see, if I restart my computer, it'll be fine. Make it make sense. Oh, Looney, what was the way to reset graph? Let me try that. Control Shift B. Let's try that. Shift B. Oh, I didn't do none. Control Shift B. I didn't do nothing. Windows Control Shift B. Windows Control Shift B. Hope I didn't dick anything. We good? Are we good? I think A-Trade's dicked. Other than that. Shut up, Surf. I heard the beep too. I don't know what it was. Cash. What we got now? Chicago PMI. No. You know what? Resetting the freaking I don't know what I did. Windows Control Shift B, which Looney told me to do a while ago. It has worked. It has worked. TLTR filled that gap, didn't it? I'll put a little Benzing on for everybody here. If you're watching on Twitch and you own either Trade Exchange or Benzing and you don't want to listen to, echo basically in your ears, mute me on Twitch and then come over to Discord and get in the voice chat. That's why we have the voice chat in Discord, so you can still hear me and not listen to maybe what I'm streaming at times. There's gonna be dings and bings too, especially early on in the morning.
Ticker IREN, India Romeo Echo November. Note Tim O'Connell is out with a long pick, IREN. Sure seeing activity new highs.
Tim O'Connell, huh? No idea. The one day, did it freaking tap it? One day in on Nvidia's 116 basically. we damn near tapped it. What's Tesla's? Just curious. I didn't get close. 270 is Tesla's. how to do a clean install. I did do a clean install of drivers. DTAI coming back up. Man, it's got a ways to go. That gave it all back, didn't it? Why am I getting alert on VIX futures? I don't remember setting that. Yep, restated. I've done all the stuff that a normie would do. Where do you think we go today, boys? Is this going to bounce at all? We're going to reject the lower Bollinger Band, then roll back over? What are we doing?
All right. Well, coming up towards 10 a.m., probably going to do my recap here shortly and then be back at it Monday morning. New week, new month. Bookmap on Thinkorswim does work pre-market. It does work.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't know where Ross did today. He hasn't posted yet. And I was gone probably while he took any trades. I saw that NVVE popped. Was he playing it? Probably wasn't it. Probably all he had to play. It's a big ass contract for 4 years, 100 million a year potentially. Like, how is this? I mean, it's all potential, right? How is this not doing better than that? Less than a million share float? Market's still trying to figure out what it wants to do today. This cuck's really not doing much. Break over 83 might get us some. Oh, thought it was gonna go. 81. 2. 3, 4. It's fighting it. I'm gonna get out. I should have done better than that. Yeah. Could be a short under the 64 now. We are breaking the diagonal though. Just can't get over the 9 EMA.
An INTC coming from TechCrunch says Intel delays its Ohio chip factory to 2030.
2030 delay now on Intel's chip factory. Oh my gosh. Is that the one that they're building with the government? ACD's trying to cross up here.
KAVL.
Clawback attempt.
Penny stock popping here. Kilo Alpha Victor Lima.
I took a BTAI, Bravo Tango Alpha India. Sure seen a spike in activity, new highs. BTAI.
Up about 32%. Bravo Tango Alpha India.
Oh my gosh.
Company regained compliance with NASDAQ bid price
That is
rule.
Filthy.
That's BTAI, Bravo Tango Alpha India.
Market gonna try. Orange juice is dead.
On QMMM, announcing to receive NASDAQ minimum bid price deficiency letter.
What? Market's trying. VIX is plummeting. Yeah, I can't touch that BTAI. That is insane. Nope. And then back up. Like that volume's got to chill for me to take it. It ain't chilling. All right. Now it's back up. Man, NVDE. That was such an easy short. Then I couldn't take. Intel's any more wires. And it's still going up. Like this thing just... I have never understood Intel. Ever. For years, I watched their ER. And it's shitty ER after shitty ER. And it never drops. Now it says 2031. Still going up. What's Apple look like? Damn, that's a wick. Oh, okay. All right, Mark, what are we doing here? Okay, low and NNE moving. Damn, those are down 50% in a week. SOXL. 350. And we got a ways to go.
RILY, B. Riley moving again now up about 8.5%. Romeo India Lima Yankee, RILY.
Market's trying. Like it's trying. Base rip break coming? I hope so. VIX is still dumping pretty good. Still over 20 though. Unless my VIX is frozen. Which is highly possible. Yeah, okay. Oh, there's a pretty important video we're going to watch right now. I know some people don't like Kim. I like Kim. I think he was spot on with this recent move, and he's been calling it for months. So we need to watch the man. Jeez, you're saying pump it up. If this market doesn't juice, it's only a 10-minute video. How's this look?
Red, we're bleeding out. Kim Caron is here with us to try and figure out why and what happens next. He's a senior managing partner at Kai Volatility Advisors. Great to see you, Jim.
Good to be here. Always fun.
So, causality first, timing-wise, what do you pin this on the last week, going back to basically Thursday?
Take it off, Kim.
I mean, understand that we've highlighted this exact window for months. And so people that sit out there and say, oh, it's NVIDIA earnings, or it's nonsense, right? These are the flows, stupid, right? March is a big OPEX. We've talked about the Feb-March window for years and how COVID, was defined by the day after Feb OPEX and the day after March OPEX. By the way, nobody talked about that. All of a sudden, you start hearing about it the last several weeks out of nowhere.
You've spoken about that timing before, which is that the Feb COVID sell-off. I mean, this is pretty much almost like the same week.
Correct. And we've talked about this for a couple of years, how important quarterly OPEXs are and the tinder that comes from a quarterly OPEX can be.
All right, I'm going to sell half here. You hear that, cheese? I'm selling half of these calls for 157%. Letting the rest run. Just letting them go.
Especially after a big ramp up, end of the year, all the excitement with the new election, all the vol coming off the table at the end of the year. January, February are the parts you want to be careful of right at
I'm going to replay this because it's important. The tail wags the dog. Like nothing else matters anymore.
right? These are the
Advisors. Great to see you, Jim.
good to be here. Always fun.
So
Pay attention,
causality
especially if you
first,
don't,
timing wise.
especially if you are new to all this.
What do you pin this on the last week going back?
No,
to
good
basically-
banana. He has been saying this. If you follow him, he's been saying this for months. He has been saying this date for months.
Thursday.
Well, I mean, understand that we've
Shut up,
highlighted
Lou.
this exact window for months. This is, and so
Yes,
people
Buzz,
that sit
yep,
out there and
yep.
say, "Oh, it's Nvidia earnings," or it's nonsense, right? These are the flows, stupid, right? The March is a big OPEX. We've talked about
This isn't
the Fed March
Mav.
window
You can't put what
for
Mav does on
years,
this
and how
guy.
COVID, was defined by the day after Feb OPEX and the day after
Yeah.
March OPEX. By the way, nobody talked about that. All of a sudden, you start hearing about it the last several weeks out of nowhere.
You've spoken about that timing before, which is that the Feb COVID sell-off. I mean, this is pretty much almost like the same week.
Correct. And we've talked about this for a couple of years, how important quarterly OPEXs are and the tinder that comes from a quarterly OPEX can be to help generate a decline. The vol risk in a portfolio is tied to where the positioning is, and the positioning tends to be concentrated in these quarterly expirations, especially after a big ramp up, end of the year, all the excitement with the new election, all the vol coming off the table at the end of the year. January, February are the parts you want to be careful of right at the options expiration. Of course, Friday options expiration was the opening of the window. So not a surprise there. A little bit more vol dampened, right? Part of that is because I've been talking about it. A lot of people didn't talk about it. Jamie Dimon sold his stock. Warren Buffett's been massively short. Stephen Cohen comes out. This isn't new news, especially because the administration's telling you they want the market lower.
Okay, this part's interesting because I saw this in your notes, and I was literally talking about this with somebody at drinks last night, which is, and there's a whole bag of like worms and can that you can open if you go down this road, and maybe we have to at this point.
Worms and
but
can there,
They
bud?
were making the point that maybe they do want to talk this market down to prevent asset-driven inflationary pressure, which is seemingly the number one enemy. But that would seem totally different than the old Trump we knew, who always wanted to talk markets up.
I don't know that they necessarily want the market lower. They want the economy lower, but the economy itself will drive the market, and it's a reflexive loop.
Why do you think they want the economy to be soft?
Because they are targeting the 10-year lower. We're reaching a 5-year anniversary of the low in interest rates. I cannot emphasize enough how important that is. Do you guys remember something called a SPAC?
Hey, they're still coming out.
4 years and change
That's true.
ago.
That's funny.
Everybody came to raise money. It was being given
That's so
away
funny.
for free, whether you were venture capital, private equity, real estate, mortgage, you name it. People came to the window and took money. But 5 years is an important date.
10 trillion to
'Cause a lot of
refinance.
people
Yep.
think about, if you're venture capital, if you're a startup, you're not going to give away all your equity. You're not going to raise for the next 20 years. You're going to raise for maybe 5 years to make sure you have enough leeway.
Okay.
So everybody raised, and it's not a linear process. There's a big bump here in the next year of liquidity coming off the table. Everybody needs to come back to the market. You're starting to see bankruptcies tick up as a result, people having to come raise. There is a massive lag to interest rates. People have been saying, why in the world, Jem, is the market up 60% with interest rates going from 0 to 5? Because there's a lag, because everybody borrowed money and has money. The problem becomes when people don't have that money anymore and need to come get more, right? When there's an expiration date to these loans, to this money, and it's not linear. There's a big bump in it, and that bump starts in Q3. Trillions, tens of trillions of dollars, right? coming off the
Q3,
table.
huh?
Now, can you counteract that? Yes. If the market gets going up, it could create its own liquidity. You got $200 trillion of assets. If they go up 10%, that's $20 trillion of liquidity.
Okay.
That they can create liquidity through QE, but the Fed has been hemmed in by inflation. So the only
Dumb
way
cosplayers.
that they
Oh
can
my
deal with
gosh.
this at this point is one of two ways.
So stupid.
Either get the market juicing higher, right, which can stimulate inflation itself, right, or to get bonds lower,
Okay.
right, and do QE. And so the idea here is get the 10-year lower, so the refinancing that comes in can be, done at a lower rate and counteracted by the demand that's coming in.
Okay.
Otherwise, everybody knows there's a big bump going there even higher if they don't do
So ticker
this.
ALGM, Alpha
And so
Lima
that
Golf
10 years
Mike.
is the
Share seeing a
focus.
spike in
Now,
activity,
I
new
don't think
highs.
it's going to succeed.
ALGM.
Right? There's been a lot of examples of this in history. Trump is very much a Nixon-like figure. All the supply-side economics that he's trying to do, whether it's reaching back out to China and trying to make a deal, trying to emphasize a monetary policy to be lower, whether it's any number of like the Doge initiatives, right? All of these are not demand-side economics. They're not the populist economics that we've been doing because that's what people want. It's actually trying to give money, tax cuts as well, to the rich to help stimulate in a way that's not inflationary.
Okay. So that's the big puzzle, is that how to keep the economy going in a way that's stimulative but not inflationary.
Correct.
When you talk about trying to keep the economy a little cool, a little soft, so that the burden of debt is easier managed, it starts to get a little bit kind of like conspiratorial when they say that they want to do the opposite. That they say
it's not
that
a conspiracy. Donald Trump has, for his whole career, this is not political, seen what's out there. He's a great marketer, sees what's out there, wants to give people, sell what people want to them. Now, he doesn't always give them what they want. He makes money on the back end any way he can, right? Same here. You tell people, politicians have done this. It's not just Trump. Politicians writ large have done this since the beginning of time. Tell people you're going to give them what they want.
Okay.
Behind the scenes, you do other things.
So all that talk that he says about how they're going to get rates to come down, cut rates, you think it's all bogus?
No, I actually think that's real. But the populist policies he's saying he's going to implement, he's not doing. They understand there's only one cheat code to this whole mess. And they've done it for 30, 40 years. It's what caused inequality and what caused populism, which is supply-side economics. Keep interest rates low, send money to capital, send money to assets, the rich people, and poor people, will get what they can along the way, right? And that will mean that we don't have inflation at the end of the day, and the assets will keep going and the economy will grow.
Okay.
The problem for the last 5 years has been people are angry. We've gone from hope in Obama to burn it down in Trump. And the generation, which are millennials on down, who have most suffered from all this, are angry. But at the end of the day, if they get what they want, which is populism, that's inflationary. That is tough for asset markets. That is tough for markets writ large. Now, it's not necessarily bad for the economy, mind you. And it's not bad for the median outcome. It's actually good for the median outcome.
Okay.
But the problem at the end of the day is if people want markets to go higher, we don't want a liquidity issue after all of this time. If the administration wants that, they have to go back to supply-side economics. And by the way, Nixon tried the same thing. He opened up China, right? He took us off the gold standard.
Through it first time, no problemo.
Right? Everything that he did at the beginning as a Republican was supply-side economics. That's what Republicans do. The problem is it ended in price controls and Watergate. Because people are angry, and if they don't get what they want, which is a rebalancing of inequality and maximizing median outcomes, they are going to be on his lawn next. And so right now, supply-side economics to the rescue, try and fix inflation, but in the long run, politically, it's going to be unpalatable for people. And if we go into a recession, which is what they're doing, they're going to push us into a recession to pull demand off the table and then respond with QE.
Okay.
That's the recipe.
You think
Since
this is
the
happening
beginning of
this
time.
year?
So this is happening this year.
Okay. All right. So take me through the steps then. We got kind of the political-driven, your logic for how they try and navigate this. Back to kind of the vol and the timing and stuff. How long this window of weakness? How deep? And is this a process you see as being a gradual one, or are we in like crash risk?
So right now, to be very clear, this is the beginning of a window of weakness and a correction. I do not see this as a current 20% decline. Okay. We've been very clear. We highlighted this many months ago that starting in around February options expiration, we would get 10 to 12% decline. Right? I still think that's the case. It's very orchestrated, controlled. Entities were prepared for it. Again, we talked about all the people. The communication's been clear. The administration's been pretty clear. Here it comes. But just as clear will be a response with QE, right? On the other side, monetary-driven policy.
You think that's what, Q3? When does that happen?
No, that happens sooner.
Yeah?
That happens sooner.
Okay.
I
Homie's
believe that
calling for
happens
Q.
Probably in the next 3 months.
Do you still
E.
think this year we get 6% 10-year, or are these things going to actually work to some effect to bring that
Well, you know, last year, if you remember, we called for 5, and
Right.
we got it about 2-3 weeks late.
down? Yeah.
Right.
Still got real close, though.
Yeah. What I think actually is this decline as we go
So
into
stupid.
recession. So for 3-4 months, will
Kim
and the
Caron.
10-year will continue, and inflation will come down.
Okay.
But as QE hits, call it in 3 months or 2 months or whenever it is, right? I think there's going to be a knee jerk. The front end of the curve will come down. The back end will kind of soften. That'll be a buy the yield, sell the news, whatever you want to call it, event.
Okay.
That'll eventually take that 10-year higher. So I do think we're going to push back towards 6. It's still my view.
you think
Very.
it's the second
half? Jeez.
However unpopular that was earlier, now it's even more unpopular. The best time on these secular trades, and we've been doing in this trade.
You think that's second half of
I
the
think
year,
it's second
basically?
half. Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Kim Caron, big stuff laying out there for this year. Interesting conversation. I like the hot take with the political angle into it. We'll keep our eyes open. And
Homie just said 10 to 12% pullback in March. Recession followed by quantitative easing. All in 3 months' time. Oh! Does anyone else? I mean, did anyone else's? I mean, be real. Be real. Did anyone else's dick move a little bit? Just a little bit. Fast money to be made. Yeah. Volatility is here, boys. It is here. $490 million leveraged Bitcoin positions liquidated in just 24 hours. Oh my gosh. 291.60. 70. See if we can get a 1 minute out of this. There's lots of volume today. Might actually play. Nice. $70. Can we break high today? Not easily. Third attempt. There it goes. Oof. NVIDIA. I gotta find out. I mean, there's room. There's room on it for sure. Just making sure. 1 day max on Tesla is 293, which we are approaching really quick. Right here. So we'll know if we pull back around these levels. What's the SPY at? SPY's got a ways to go. What about the Qs? Ways to go. Who's the guy in that video? It's Kim Caron. I'll give you, here's the link to the post. You can find him yourself if you want. I watch everything he says. He knows what he's talking about. I don't know why certain people in here don't like him. You're dumb. But I think he's got great insight and understands how the market moves. More than most. Thank you, please. Okay. The Rumblers want it. There you go. He's on Schwab quite a bit with that guy. All right, we've tapped 93. There'll be a lot of covering if we start cranking through these levels. What are we playing now? Cheese. Black Swan event in progress.
Market high up about 41% now. Bravo Tango Alpha India. mRNA Moderna received UK marketing authorization for Resvia RSV vaccine. That's Michael Romeo November Alpha mRNA.
TRNR. Cuck and go 5 here. Kiss the ring. HPCS. SMCI. Mm-hmm. Knock, huh? ORGO. I haven't found anything that I'm really... Okay, that actually looks decent. Holding the 9 EMA pretty nicely. It's a huge float, so I don't know how well it'll break out. You know, the main level is this guy up here. So if you took the 5, that might only get you a move up to here. I don't know. XLF. What's it doing? Just chillaxing. VIX is still above 20. Would like to see that dumpy dump. Over 86. Struggling there. That needs to cross, and if it doesn't, $88 break. All right. Now 90. Hold. Push it now. 90. Same peekaboo. Break 90. Okay. Now you high day, 92. Oof. Jeez. Try it again. 275, 93. Cracked high day. All right, I'm all out. Decent little trade. I think I'm back to green on the day now. Okay, we're back to green. New compound.
So wait a minute.
Yeah, we'll watch
so
that.
You're on a nuclear sub. How many sailors are on the sub?
130 people.
Okay.
Longest we went out for was 10 weeks submerged.
Okay.
Which, look, I know it
10
sounds crazy,
weeks.
but when we're 24, you do things that are crazy. The craziest thing is you have 24-year-olds right now driving nuclear submarines. I mean, the captain's asleep in the stateroom. It's 2 a.m. It's a bunch of 24-year-olds and 19-year-olds driving nuclear submarines.
That's kind of wild.
Wait,
I look
why,
back on
so
it.
how do you end up on a sub and not like an aircraft carrier, for example? Who makes that decision?
That's what I volunteered for.
You wanted to do that?
Yes.
Why?
Because aircraft carriers, you are 100% of the time in the engine room below the water line. On a submarine, 130 guys isn't enough to actually really be that specialized. You've got 14 officers and you're doing everything. You're doing the engine room, your torpedo room, you're actually driving the ship. A nuclear engineer on an aircraft carrier is never going to drive the ship. You're just
They just sit in one room the whole time.
Of course, this thing juices.
And it kind of sucks.
You guys have they don't do, it's not like shore leave and right? You're just under.
Well, exactly. And
Okay.
with submarines, the idea is stealth. So you come out of Norfolk, Virginia, you transit 8 hours and you get past the continental shelf. You submerge and you don't get seen again. That's the whole idea. Is like if a satellite goes over Norfolk, Virginia,
Of course it
at
juices.
9 a.m., they see there's 6 submarines at the pier. They come back for the next pass, they see there's 5 submarines, and they don't know where that 6th submarine went.
And that's
So
the whole point of the
that's the whole
submarine
point.
is
Yeah.
it can't be detected.
By the way, this is timely. Rest in peace, Gene Hackman. Crimson Tide.
I know that was a good movie. I actually saw that movie of all things with my commanding officer in 1994.
In
It
the
was the most-
submarine.
Actually, no, we were in, I think, Kings Bay, Georgia, but we
Is
were
that
on
Denzel
shore.
also?
It was
Yeah,
Denzel,
yeah.
but it was the most uncomfortable 2 hours, this mutiny movie, and I'm sitting next to my captain. I'm like, hey, jeez. You know,
What's
what
bet?
are we going to talk about? How are we going to debrief this?
So
Crimson Tide.
there's a bunch of great submarine movies. It's like its own subgenre.
What's the one with Sean Connery?
The Hunt for Red
Hunt
October.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
October
Crimson Tide
is
is better.
classic.
Yeah.
Wow, did they get it right? Crimson
The-
Tide.
the-
They nailed it.
Well, I wasn't on ballistic missile submarines. Totally different thing, but pretty much they've got fail safes for what happens if you get a garbled message, which was the crux of that movie. I don't think you shoot on that. Again, I wasn't a ballistic missile submarine, but the premise is something that has certainly been thought.
This thing's just juicing ever since I got out.
Yes.
Okay.
yes. You know,
No,
we're-
this
we're
ballistic missile? What's the kind that you run?
fast attack submarines. The goal of which is to go
Is this
into
gonna
the
circuit breaker
Soviets'
halt?
backyard and keep track of everything they're doing with their navy, so that remember Hunt for Red October, the USS Houston. That was a fast attack submarine, same class that I was on. The idea is to get behind their ballistic missile submarines. This was Cold War doctrine, so that if it ever went hot, the first thing we would do is put torpedoes on ballistic missile submarines before they had a chance to launch.
You think Josh could have made it in a submarine?
No, absolutely not.
In some ways, yes.
1 hour.
I mean,
Well, what are the amenities?
you-
I don't know.
What if the
I'm not
amenities?
torpedo
sure.
deck does not exist.
I could make it on the Four
Is there
Seasons
a steam room in the
ballistic
spot?
sub.
Yeah.
You would have been very welcome. You would have been very welcome. Some people that we, hang out with on the show would not have been very welcome. We're not
Yeah.
going to name names. You would have been very welcome. I don't think you would have
A
enjoyed
lot of
it, though.
Jews on these submarines
Tons.
generally, or no?
You were the only one.
You're the only one.
Josh, can we play this
5-minute
clip before you
cock
start?
on
It's 20 seconds.
Tesla.
It's a good one.
Because I like you.
Okay, thank
The
you.
answer is of course
Thank
yes. All right, bear with me.
This is Kevin Hassett, economic advisor to the president, author of the famed Dow 36,000.
Okay.
Not wrong, but early. Volume.
Hold on, volume up.
Mr. Waltz, on these potential checks that you might send out from Doge, is there a concern as you're thinking through this that they could be inflationary?
Oh, absolutely not, because imagine if we don't spend government money and we give it back to people, then if they spend it all, then you're even. But they're probably going to save a lot of it, in which case you're reducing inflation.
Okay, so you're-
And also, when the government spends a lot, that's what creates inflation. We learned that from Joe Biden. And so if we reduce government spending, then that's, reduces inflation. And if you give people money, then they're going to save a bunch of it. And when they save it, then that also reduces demand and reduces inflation.
The smile
sure
on his
about
face
that?
is what sells it for me. He looks like he's trying to sell a monorail to Springfield. Like
That's a great reference.
He's the guy that wrote Dow 36,000.
You sure about
In
that?
99, as the Dow was breaking 11,000, after which, of course, it went straight to 6,000.
Give it to government, they spend it. You give it to people, they save it.
36,000.
Always. People are so responsible
he's
with their
also
money.
A George W. Bush retread. I think he's been hanging around different Republican presidents for a long time. That's a great explanation for how Doge stimulus might work. Disinflationary because people will save it. All right, we ready to go?
Let's go.
All right.
Let's pod.
Nicole's rocking the sweatshirt today. Episode 180. Jim is like, what's going on? Dude, I can't believe it took us this long to have you on the show.
I'm delighted to be here. Thank you.
You descend from Wall Street royalty, which we're going to talk about later in the show.
That's right.
We are. We're gonna give the Lebenthal family their flowers. Let me give you the official introduction. Jim Lebenthal is the chief equity strategist and partner at Cerity Partners. He has over 25 years of experience managing investment portfolios and is a regular contributor
look how tight PR
on
Geo is.
CNBC to literally the best show on CNBC, primarily the Halftime Report. Prior to joining Cerity Partners, Jim served
Nay,
as
nay,
the
no
Chief
promises.
Executive Officer
No
and
freaking
Chief
promises.
Investment Officer of Lebenthal Asset Management, was a financial advisor for Goldman Sachs, and a partner of the investment firm Levy Harkins. Jim Lebenthal, welcome to the Compound of Friends.
Josh, I am truly delighted to be
You hear
here.
the crowd?
I was going to say, can we get these applause tracks for the halftime report?
Maybe laugh tracks. All right. First things first, we're so excited to have you.
Thank you.
I have to tell you, of all the people that I appear on TV with, I think you're one of the longest lasting castmates on Halftime. You've been with us, I don't know, since...
I think it's 12 years.
12 years.
It's hard
Okay.
to believe.
So I'm slightly senior to you, and I remember your first appearance.
It was.
Do you remember your first appearance?
Well, my first appearance was actually on the 5 p.m. show. That
And I
one
think I was
remember.
on that with you too.
Okay, so I was called on to pitch a stock, and it was Caterpillar. I don't know why I remember it.
Yeah.
This was the late summer of 2013.
Okay.
I pitched the stock. Whoever else was on the show, asked me some questions, fairly innocuous. What's
58
R&D going to be in the third quarter? Whatever. And then
You had that wrong, by the way.
I'm sure I did.
If I recall correctly. Okay.
But then, for whatever reason, I went away and said, all right, that's that. And the next day I got invited back, and it happened again and again. This is kind of a funny story. Can you give me a little runway on this?
I want it.
Okay.
I want it. That's what you're here for.
Okay, but I don't know the time length, so I'll watch
There's
your eyes.
literally
anyway.
no length of time.
Okay. So for the next several weeks, I would get called on to the 5 p.m. show, Fast Money, Halftime Report, and I had no idea what was going on. They'd call me up. Remember Lydia?
Yep.
She'd say, come on. So,
Shouts
all right.
Ooh, that's a deep pull. Shout out to Lydia.
And then all of a sudden I was getting these month ahead schedules. I was like, all right, I'll just go with it.
Yeah.
It got to a point I was still doing, I've talked to you about this. I was still doing some other channels, which shall not be named, the
Yeah.
Lord Voldemort of channels.
Yeah.
And I was on a 5 o'clock appearance, and Lydia called me up the next day and said, we can't have that. We can't have you appearing on our show.
Yeah.
And, and
So
on
make
the
me a
dregs.
contributor. What's
So
up?
they made me a
Give me the
contributor,
contract.
and then that was it. And
Okay.
the rest, as they say, is history.
You having fun still?
I am having fun.
You are.
I
could
am
tell,
having fun.
I could tell that you're having fun these days. I also remember, because I remember my own, we all have like these rough patches where it's like, I don't know if I could do this anymore. But then you come through to the other side and it's like, this is the best. There is no better gig in financial media, I would say.
I completely agree. I'll even admit there are some days, in the last year where I'm like, oh man, that just really stunk.
Yeah.
But our mutual friend, Michael Farr, said something to me about 3 years ago when I was bitching about something that had happened on the air. And he just really shut me down in a good way. He said, Lebenthal, there are thousands of people who would crawl over broken glass to be where you are.
It's
and
true.
it just, thank you, Michael. That is just
Jeez,
always in my
something
head.
to rip.
It's true.
Gratitude is the right way to be. Yet certainly there are things we can be upset about, but it is very wise philosophically to be grateful for everything that happens.
I could tell that you're having a good time. And by the way, you've been mostly right
TRNRW.
on the big picture, and a lot of people don't realize how hard it was to be bullish. Not just in 2020 when we had that recovery Everyone enjoyed that. That was a
Nice
lot of fun.
work
You stayed
in AI.
bullish, through 2022, and you never gave up. And then in 23, there was like a bank panic and a 100% chance of a recession. You would not give in on
Spreads
that
suck
no
on this
recession
thing,
call.
man.
And then, of course, by the end of
Credited
23,
someone's
it became
account
fashionable.
81
But like,
trillion.
no, but you really stuck to your guns, and you were mocked a little bit, ridiculed sometimes when the market was down big. And I always admired that you were able to do that.
What?
Side note, which is important. You are a wonderful friend to
Do
me.
they even?
And I appreciate it. Just
How-
you know,
That's
some-
like
no,
probably
seriously,
what?
Sometimes you rib me. I know it's
10
a good
times the
jest,
amount of
but at the
assets
end
they
of the
even
day,
have.
I know that if I'm hurting, you're
How
gonna
does it-
come to my rescue. And
Was it really
I know it's true.
a credit to an account, or was it just a computer
I
readout
think you and Michael
glitch?
will
Speaking
probably
of,
agree with is that going
my
into
monitor's turned
2023,
off.
there were people coming on the air routinely
And it's
saying
back.
things like,
Okay.
"Our economic model shows a 100% chance of a recession."
Yeah, that was like the Bloomberg consensus of economists was 100% chance of recession.
Ridiculous. Not the call, but the 100% probability. Jim Grant, who I think is a friend of yours, a friend of mine as well. When I was coming out of the Navy, I spoke with him, and he impressed upon me in a very memorable way the ability to predict the future. Like he asked me how long, like showed me a chart of the S&P 500 going up through the 90s. He said, "How long do you think this will last?" And how certain are you?
Yeah, it was
I
fine
said
for
something stupid like I know it'll last another
30
2
minutes.
months.
So ever
He
since I
raised his eyebrows
reset
at me
the
and said,
driver,
"Really?"
so to speak,
And
whatever it
that's all
was
he
I
had to
did, I
say.
don't even know.
I think the reason why
Just turned off and
Why?
back on.
Because of how certain you were on the
because
timing?
the certainty. So
Okay.
when people
So,
tell you, I'm
it hasn't
you
done
know,
it again.
pretty sure you guys agree with this. When people say, "I am 100% certain of something that's going to happen in the future," I know this is going to happen in the future.
Yeah.
It's almost a tell to go the other way.
Yeah. Well, when everybody agrees, too, is like, that's an even better tell.
Well, this is why, in my opinion, we avoided the recession. Because everybody knew it was coming, air quotes, and they prepared ahead of time. I think corporate America especially said, all right, the game has changed. Dara was the earliest to this at Uber and said, we have to do things differently because we're being judged differently. And that's S&P America, but even Main Street America, everybody braced for impact, and therefore we avoided the impact.
I think you're exactly right. Particularly as you were speaking, I was thinking about the degree to which corporate America bonded out the debt side, the liability side of its balance sheet.
Yeah.
At
Tim with a
incredibly low
W.
rates.
That too.
I think you're right.
Maybe.
And honestly,
this
that
camera
actually
close.
wasn't my thesis. That just happened.
642.
I was just looking at all these news flows of
Two.
hundreds of billions of
50,
billions of
don't
dollars
go
of
yet.
capex being reshored. And something that I've said a lot, and I said this to you a second ago, Mike. Right now, you got to separate politics out from policies.
Or
The politics is emotion, and it will get you going in every direction.
Yeah.
Least likely is the direction.
not
you wanna
liking
go.
this.
Policies at that time were such that people were,
Yeah.
you know, every Taiwan Semi and those Arizona semi plants. That
Yeah.
was announced in 2020.
Thought I was
that
going to flip
well
it, but
before the
no,
CHIPS
got
Act.
dicked
This was
instead.
going on, and I was looking at that, and I was saying these hundreds of billions
And
of dollars are
monitor
going to
turned
come
off.
home to roost.
Yeah.
That's what I thought was
We're
going
gonna
to.
do a whole bunch on the reshoring theme, which is another thing that I think you were early to. But I want to start with Nvidia. So
And it's doing it
the
again.
reaction.
What
today
is
in the
this
stock
thing,
was,
man?
Really interesting. We're recording this like 3:00 on Thursday.
It's pretty gross.
Of course, things can change. This is one of the best earnings reports by any
No, this ain't
company
RAM.
ever in the
It's
history
just
of
one
earnings
monitor, not all
reports,
four.
just on its surface. But this is also
No,
a stock that's gone up
sensors.
5x in the last 3 years, and it's become really hard for them to produce upside
By the
shocks.
down tick.
Like it's almost like they've run out of superlatives.
I was
And,
trading against the
so you
MACD.
have,
Does that
GAAP
matter so
operating
much on
income
this
for the
one?
quarter up
I don't even know.
77%
I don't trade it
year-over-year.
often. I was
Just
hoping for that
Amazing
W to
until
lead
you
me to the
consider that
5.
the comp is like
Ah,
150.
all right.
Right? So like that's the situation Nvidia's in. Net income up 80%, earnings per share up 82%.
You tell me
Data
to buy
center
the dip,
revenue
Nick?
up only 93%.
No, I'm terrible at that.
16% sequentially over just the last quarter. So these numbers are huge in terms of like growth rates, CAGRs,
Oof, that
etc.
fill was horrible.
But it's Nvidia.
Jeez.
Everybody already owns it. Second largest company in the world. You know, shock me again to the upside, and it's really hard for them to do. That's my read on the post earnings reaction today. The stock is down about 6% on the day today.
After opening up 3%, that is fugly.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the post earnings reaction here?
So you know, Josh, I tend to pay attention to valuation, and I'm looking at the stock from a valuation point of view versus its growth rate of earnings per share, which I feel pretty confident about for the next year at least. And I'm saying this is kind of a bargain at this price. Maybe you're right that nobody's left to buy it, but I actually think there are a few people. I feel like, on our show, I feel like there are times that people come on and they're like, oh, I don't own it. I'm like, okay, well, now's your chance.
The people who bought AMD can sell that and buy this.
Yeah, well, and just to be kind, some people probably bought Broadcom and are feeling like, okay, well, now's my chance to switch out.
But Jim, you're right. Like, if you're a growth at a reasonable price investor, this is reasonable.
It's very reasonable. I mean, the PEG ratio is like 0.7. PEG ratio, I don't know if how you guys know it, but PEG ratio, price to earnings over the growth rate of earnings. It's a way of saying, at least for a guy like me, is 28, 29 times earnings, is that expensive or cheap? And I will tell you, if you've got a PEG
I think it was
ratio
at 30
of
today,
1,
right?
For a company of this quality, it's phenomenal.
Right. What's the earnings growth estimate for full year 25? Is it like 60% or something?
I think it's 50%, but
so it's 29 times earnings, but the growth rate is 50%. Like, why wouldn't the stock be a buy here?
So you like to make up reasons for why stocks are selling off. So what do you think? Why do you think investors
I thought I just spent 10 minutes articulating that.
Why?
Do it again?
Why do you think? Yeah.
Should I do it through interpretive dance this time?
I wasn't impressed. I wasn't impressed.
Okay. I think
I need more bullshit.
I think a stock like this needs upside shock to continue to go up, and you didn't get it.
So what are they buying? What are they buying today? Because they come out
RILY juicing again.
Starbucks. Obviously,
CLSK, Clean Spark, the April
buying that guy.
$15
No, I
trading
am
now.
because I
Name is
believe that the
Sandy
money
Kilo.
does go somewhere. I don't think people sit with cash in a portfolio for more than 15 minutes. That's my personal view on the investing public. Not institutions, a little bit different. The investing public.
What is
they
this
take
shit?
A profit in something, and then what? They slam the laptop
He doesn't
shut?
get that when the stock is down 6%, the money just disappears. He thinks it all comes out.
Of course it doesn't. It goes somewhere else.
Yeah, okay.
Well, people sell a stock at 128
Bro, stop.
and buy another stock at 54.
Embarrassing.
I'll mess with it later. Sorry, like
Where does the money go?
Look,
the fabled, money heaven.
I completely agree. You should separate the buy and the sell. But as I'm listening to you, all I'm thinking about are these zero time to expiry options. And people, I mean,
now it's going
I
off
know
every
I'm
like
going
2 seconds here.
Tangential at
You're
best to what
keeping
we're
that, right?
talking
You're a big
Stop
about.
it.
DTE guy.
Yeah, you feel me.
That's really your world that you inhabit.
But I mean, that is the ultimate roll of the dice, and it's just a matter of time until the snake eyes appears and they wipe out the craps table.
I do think that NVIDIA has this kind of circus next door. That's an options.
VIX cracking 20 now.
Circus, and it's kind of like it's its own casino that's like built alongside the hotel NVIDIA, right? And there's a lot of activity that happens intraday with the stock that has, of course, zero to do with anyone's fundamental outlook for the company. Nobody engaging in that behavior is looking at PEG ratio.
Mhm.
And if you're along in a name like this, you kind of have to just accept like a lot of the things that are going to take place on your screen have absolutely no bearing on what you're doing in the stock. And I've come to terms
June
with that a very
$6
long time
calls
ago.
trading, India
And
Alpha Golf.
I don't know what's happening
Getting a little
today.
pop here,
Like,
IAG.
to me, it's, I don't know, outflows from a 2x leveraged ETF that collected $12 billion in the last few months. Maybe that's what's going on.
I bet you they're finally selling NVDL, the double levered ETF.
That makes a lot
Shock.
of sense.
And that
But-
hits the common. Of course it does.
Yeah, here's a what if, and I think this is actually what may be occurring. Just the law of large numbers here. What if the stock from here to year end was up 10% or 15%?
Yeah.
That
It's like
actually
being down.
That's my point. Is people are going to feel lousy about it, but you're still going to be like well ahead of what the S&P long-term average is.
Yeah.
By the way, I mean, look, I have to give you credit on
You do.
how
He'll take
early.
it. He'll take
That's in
all
your
of it.
that's in your contract.
There was a funny time. It wasn't funny at the time, but this was 5 years ago when I was Intel and defending Intel, and it came out with some crappy report. And I was trying to defend it, and you absolutely body slammed me on it.
I'm sorry.
No, it was okay. It was it was right, and eventually I got out of it. But
So I remember that. That was I'm sure that was fun for you. Welcome to my world.
Remember,
One
just
of
a
the-
quick market
one of the
update.
things
We are
that
seeing
talk
all three
about
indices
is, like,
at or by
the-
day highs.
The idea that there used to
Watching
be so
a
much
few other
turnover
areas, the
in
U.S.
top 10
dollar
stocks from the
seen a
70s
recent
to the
spike
80s
to
the
highs of
90s
the day.
to
The
aughts.
VIX
It was always
volatility
turnover,
index
there's always something
at
else.
lows of the
And now
day.
the Mag 7
Crude oil at highs of the
moat
day.
seems to be impenetrable. It's miles
as
line.
well
There's
as
not gonna be new
Bitcoin
entrant.
trading
I think
at
we
or
forget
by
that,
day
like,
highs.
Nvidia did it, right? Nvidia was nowhere.
good point.
Like Nvidia, they did it.
Yeah.
So they have throw this chart on. Chart coach Sean made a chart showing Nvidia's revenue by segment, and this was a gaming company.
Yes.
Like straight up, it was a gaming
All
company.
right, so gaming is in green. So go back 10 years. If you were long Nvidia, you
This
were long
monitor
because
shit
of
is
console
really annoying me
sales.
right now.
Like that was what drove the stock.
And then it was crypto. And then, of course, crypto got destroyed in 22, and so did NVIDIA. It fell almost 80%. And holy shit, now it is an AI company, and 88% of the revenue is from data centers. That was like effectively zero 10 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm looking at it and I'm saying to myself, they captured lightning in a bottle, and it's been known to happen. And that shift that you were just talking about, Michael, from gaming GPUs and finding out that, oh my goodness, I mean, forget the crypto just for a second because it turns out to be immaterial, but finding that the gaming GPUs are exactly what artificial intelligence needs.
Yeah.
That just like, okay, somebody's going to get lucky.
Now, somebody at Intel, for example, should have, like somebody high up at Intel, sometime around this inflection point, 2016, 2017, there's no AI, okay? So 2016, 2017, maybe a tiny bit of crypto excitement in the stock, but there's clearly also something else happening there. I think it was virtual reality and augmented reality at that time. But somebody at Intel should have said, wait a minute, we're a CPU company in a world where all of a sudden GPU sales are starting to take off. You don't have to be able to predict ChatGPT, but like somebody high up at Intel should be thinking that way. And of course, nobody can do this in real time.
Why didn't you do something?
No. I don't mean a shareholder. I mean like a CEO, God forbid, a CTO, because it would have forced them probably to either cannibalize some of their CPU business if they start talking up GPU, or it would have forced them to like make a really big investment in something that they weren't good at. And that's really hard for incumbents to do in every industry.
Absolutely true. There are good lessons to be learned from the Intel story. And I don't want to now just be dunking on Intel because I've been out of it for a few years, but there are literally good lessons for investors here. Number one, you're absolutely right. A good CEO, that's what you hire CEOs to do. You may or may not recall this, but the CEO at the time starts with a K. I'm going to mess him up with Coach K. I'm going to mess him up with the Duke.
This 5-minute looks so good. And my monitor won't stop turning off!
But he got kicked out.
He had a Me Too moment.
He had a Me Too moment, and it was from 10 years earlier. Now, I'm not defending any of the behavior.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm really not.
Do we have this on tape?
But there, yeah, go ahead, light me up. But it was clear that there was.
It's not the cable because I reset the driver and it worked fine for like 30 minutes.
It came to light after that there
I'll do it again. I
significant
just
operating problems getting down to then 10 nanometers, which
busy.
was the leading edge for computer chip.
Where are they
creation.
at now? 2, 4?
I think 3 or below, but they just couldn't get it right. And the CEO was so focused on that, he wasn't getting that done. He certainly didn't have time for strategy. One other thing, just really
quickly. When they
quickly.
kicked him out, though, the new guy said, hey, here's the new strategic move we're going to make. We're going into foundry.
I mean,
we're going to be the Taiwan semi of North America. I mean, that's what they did.
Yes.
They
Well,
said
actually,
we're
that
going to
was
make
bunch of
chips for
inside
everybody
candles
else.
here.
that
This
was
is
2 CEOs later.
ideal.
It was a terrible strategy
Yeah.
because it's well known in the semiconductor industry. You guys, I'm certain, know this,
56.
that the customers really don't trust Intel. Like there's really bad blood that Intel has set up within the ecosystem of semiconductors. So the idea that, oh yeah, Intel's going to produce your chips for you when these competitors don't trust them in the slightest bit. That was kind of a failed strategy. There's one other thing though, good takeaway from this.
Oh my
Only the
gosh.
paranoid survive.
Well,
the
that's a
Iron
good
Age.
one. That's a good one.
That
I
was
like
Andy
that.
Grove's biography.
One of the founders
That's
of
what it's
Intel.
called.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I didn't know. I know Andy Grove, but I didn't know that.
Oops, not
But
paranoid enough.
When a company starts going down, the problem is you can't get good talent to come in. You guys will probably remember Mellanox was acquired by NVIDIA.
Yeah.
And there was a bidding war between Intel and
Monitor
NVIDIA
turned
at
off
the
as soon as I
time.
went long.
And Mellanox basically looked at the landscape and said, we want to go with the winner.
And what they were like networking.
I forget exactly what they were.
Yeah.
But that's how the market impacts the economy, or like the real economy, because it's the currency of this.
Flip
this
up.
company.
Yes.
And people know, hey, you're losing, you're winning. I'm just looking at the lines on the screen. I'm going to go there.
Exactly right.
Yeah,
Exactly
when you
right.
have momentum versus when you don't have momentum, there are so many follow-on effects that come from that, such as a potential acquisition target not being interested in being bought by you. And the ripple effect of something like that can go on forever. So
Cowen put out a note last week. Channel checks indicate U.S. data center lease cancellations by Microsoft. Microsoft refuted the note. But I think this is a really interesting moment in the market because the talks over the last 10 years have been the Mag 7 carrying the market, which has been not untrue. And now there are cracks, at least in the stock prices. The Mag 7, NVIDIA is weighing on the market. Market's now down over 1%. But I think that this is a good thing for a few reasons. Number one, the reintroduction of risk is healthy and normal.
Yes.
Right? And you're also seeing a lot of really healthy rotation. Financials are acting really well. Healthcare, one of the leaders. REITs are doing okay. This broadening out in a not at the highs or close to the highs, I think it's a really good thing.
I think
you must love it.
I do love it. I mean, you know my positioning, which is while I own NVIDIA, I don't own enough of it. You can't, and I'm significantly underweight the Mag 7 to begin with. But what I think is very, very interesting here is that if the three of us were looking at this a year ago, we would have said for the broadening out to happen, what's probably going to happen is a washout, a market washout. Everything gets taken out and it's on the way up. Or this is what is presumed to be the cure of the concentration, Michael, that you were talking about earlier. What we're seeing now is
you may squeeze in the level like it's pop or drop time.
Come off the last couple of weeks. The market overall is kind of hanging in there.
Yeah.
This is a rotation without a washout, which is very, very unusual. And it's great, yes.
Because you have names like Berkshire Hathaway, which is a $1 trillion company. It's the size of a Mag 7. They just reported $50 billion in earnings for last year over the weekend. That breaking $500 today, it's not enough to fully offset NVIDIA, but it doesn't hurt. And there's not a lot of those, but then you've got this next tier down of, I don't know, the $200 to $500 billion stocks. They're generally acting well, like in almost every sector that they're in, especially in finance.
So like everybody else, I'm not oblivious to the apparent risks that are out there, right? Policy uncertainty, a slowing down, maybe.
Needs to get back up there.
Of growth and all that sort of good stuff. But at the end of the day, this is still a consumer-driven economy. People are still spending. People are still employed. And I think, again, the reintroduction of risk, God forbid we get a pullback, right? Like a correction, 10%. It's okay. Stocks can't go straight up and up forever. You need the wall of worry to climb.
Yes. And, we may be in the middle innings of what happened last summer. And I think, Josh, I know you've spoken about it on air, and I've spoken about it on air. This hilariousness, if you remember, it was like a Wednesday, the Fed met, didn't cut rates, okay?
Yeah.
And then Friday, literally 2 days later, you get a soft labor market report. And over the weekend, everybody's like, the Fed should cut rates. It should be an emergency rate cut.
Yeah.
It was absolutely hilarious. But it is, to the point you just made, Mike, absolutely necessary to reintroduce risk. A little bit of a correction here, reset the animal spirit so that you can grow again. Yeah. If you think about, what happened in August, after that happened, you were off to the races.
Yeah. 1 minute.
The growth scare, but then the confirmation from all the
Look how tight this is. This is gonna pop or drop big here.
Yep. And we know that like if their stock price is pancake, they could change their minds on a dime. But like they all on their earnings calls 2 weeks ago, they all said, no, we're full speed ahead.
So
and actually we're spending more than we said originally.
The AI story's not over.
Right. Put this Apple graphic
So to that point, Apple came out and said what?
Apple's so this was kind of like a little Tim Cook special where he kind of like tricked Trump into thinking that he's responsible for something that Apple already said they were going to do. But $500 billion in new spending committed over the next 4 years.
In U.S.
In USD.
There's no way, by the way. That's a fake number.
Well, no. They say that they want to make what they say they're going to make in the United States. Apple, do you remember?
I don't remember.
Something like AI server, blah blah blah. 2.9 million jobs currently supported. 20,000 new Apple hires in the next 4 years in the U.S. 24 U.S.
Should have gone again here. What's the deal?
Apple products. They make their own chips now. Tim Cook said, "quote We are bullish.
Flip and we'll do it.
Innovation. Proud to build on our longstanding U.S. investments with this $500 billion.
BTAI is high day.
Doubling our advanced manufacturing fund to build in Texas.
This
Smart,
is sort of yada
decision.
yada. Hey, Gene Munster. This is the upshot. So Gene Munster says the company is avoiding tariffs and channeling those savings, air quote savings, into U.S. investments. I estimate that the U.S. accounts for about 35% of overall sales. That means the U.S. will generate about $147 billion in revenue this year, with roughly 120 of it coming from product revenue segment at risk of tariffs. So, had Apple not increased its U.S. investments and thus been subject to a 20% tariff, which would have negatively impacted sales and margins by 20%. It implies Apple will save $23 billion a year by avoiding the tariff. So in other words, the bottom line is that tariff avoidance effectively pays for 60% of the $39 billion incremental U.S. investment announced today.
That makes perfect sense to me. I'm going to take this just one level up about something we've been talking about is, is this a growth scare in the markets overall? And when I look at what we just had up there about Apple, what I see are the hires. And I think to myself that at worst, this is a growth scare right now. You cannot have a recession unless you have layoffs. You don't have layoffs because profits are growing. You mentioned, Mike, 70%, or maybe you said consumption-led economy is 70%. You need to have people employed for the economy to grow. Yeah, there's a little wobbliness in the weekly jobless claims this week. Big whoop. We have companies like Apple, as we just put up there, desiring to employ people in the United States.
Yeah.
Yes, there are legitimate concerns about, hey, the federal workforce is going to get reduced. Guess what? There's going to be a lot of demand for jobs, not just from Apple, but also from the fact that baby boomers are retiring. So, this is, I don't see the crisis. We were talking earlier about 2022. There were times that I felt like, what am I on laughing gas here? Like, what's wrong with me? And I keep evaluating. Am I seeing things through too rose-colored of glasses? I don't see the
I think
layoffs.
a lot of corporate America that thought they might have been susceptible to higher rates in 22 and 23, they got religion fast. They already acted. They already right-sized. And if they don't see a recession, because why would they? They're not going to lay off people only to bring them back in 3 quarters.
Not while profits are growing.
No.
Profits are growing meaningfully, 16% fourth quarter, year over year. You lay off people when your profits are declining. When your profits are growing as a corporation, you want to lean into it.
And that could happen. It's just not right now.
Well, you mean layoffs?
I'm saying the economy could slow, corporate growth could stall. It's just we're not seeing that right now.
Not seeing it right now.
There's some, but
All right.
there's also
I have
some
got to
fear.
reset this thing again. This is ridiculous. Hang on a second. My screen will be all dumb again. Okay. See how that works. Still 1.5 million. Jeez. Can't trade that. What are we red on the day now? Oh, $1. $1. I'm up $1. Jeez. Sick. More sauce packet. Thanks so much.
I'd buy that for $1.
Oh my gosh. Same. Reset the driver. Perfectly fine again. What the hell? Market dumpy. Let's see if we bounce. GDP print red. GDP now estimates a real growth seasonally just first quarter of 2025 to be 1.5%. So recession. Well, we gotta have what, two quarters? What was the old school recession thing before it was changed? Was it 2 quarters of 0.5%, down from 2% in February 19. 2 quarters, right? After recent releases. Well, Kim Caron might be right about his recession, followed by expansion. TLT. What's like AT&T doing today? Oh. Huh.
Remember seeing a report, the Atlanta Fed GDP cutting their quarter one GDP from a plus 2.3% to a minus 1.5%.
Atlanta Fed is wild though. I mean, they'll freaking put up numbers that no one else puts up. They are wild. But swing. Yep. Big swings there. Big swings. Big. All right, let me back to playing this thing.
That are involved here. So Martin Pierce from The Information talks about this $500 billion Apple spend. This is Martin. That sounds like a big deal until you read further down in the announcement and realize it's simply describing the money Apple spends in the normal course of business. Apple's announcement was essentially a promise that it will continue to operate in the U.S. over the next 4 years. The $500 billion. So it's like Apple puts these grand statements about investment plans every few years. In 2018, the headline number was $350 billion. In 2021, it was $430 billion. So the size is getting bigger, and the company routinely spends far less than any other tech companies on CapEx. I guess proportionally is what he's saying. But like part of this is just how Tim Cook has to manage the political situation. Because the reality is China's a super important market for Apple.
BTAI hitting the highs now of
Foxconn
53%.
super important manufacturing hub. So
India.
he has to make these.
There's a little W there.
It's almost like this is his job.
Yeah, I think they're all doing it. I mean, I think the inauguration was a key sign. That certainly didn't happen in the first Trump administration. These guys were not there at the inauguration. They know how the game's played. Yeah. And at the end of the day, what is their job? Their job is to maximize profits. Yeah. That's it.
So, Jimmy, people are scared right now. And I think a lot of this is due to politics.
Yes.
But it's also due to the fact that some of their favorite stocks are falling. NVIDIA, a lot of the Max 7 is under pressure. And we've got this incredible dynamic in the market where you look at AII bearish sentiment, and these are the same investors that are polled forever. These are typically, I would say, probably boomers, because who answers polls these days? And right now, we were in a 3% drawdown before today, and 61% of respondents were bearish, which is a dynamic that we've never seen. You've never seen this many bears this close to the highs. Check this out. So for context, for people that are listening, you had higher readings in bears, over 60%, in 2022. In 2008, for context, in March 2020, during the pandemic, the crash, in a 22% drawdown, only 52% of people were bearish. So this is a weird dynamic that we're seeing today.
So let me give the throwaway line first. I think all three of us are looking at that and just salivating, right? I mean, we're just drooling at what that means.
Except we're only down 3% from the high.
Except for the momentum names and NASDAQ, et cetera. And that's the epicenter of what's going on.
Well, Jim, just a little bit more, then I'll throw it back to you. Bespoke tweeted, if the NASDAQ 100 closes below 2106, et cetera, today, it will be the fastest 5% decline from an all-time high since September 2020. So there is some funky shit happening, but it's nothing.
Yeah, look, you and I talk about this on the air a lot, and I think you actually said this today. I was listening to you. I tend to be more valuation oriented. You don't. I don't think I'm talking out of school here.
No, I'm astrology.
He's a price checking donkey.
No, you just so I don't sound like a jerk here. You were having a long treatise about relative strength indicators. Totally get it, and that's core to you. Valuation is kind of like not that important.
Jimmy's like, all that bullshit is well and good, but
valuation's really important if I'm considering taking one of these companies private. But since I'm not, it's like number 4 on my list.
All right, I got it. But these
things on the list.
these Palantirs and app lovins of the world. And you know this is not where I play. And I'm watching and I'm like, hey, this is kind of interesting. I kind of know how it's going to end. We all know how it's going to end. Yeah. It's going to end in a washout, and it's actually not the end. It will come down to some reasonable evaluation. These are real companies. Palantir, definitely a real company. Yeah. All right, this is like the future of defense spending is Palantir. But, now all of a sudden price matters. And so you've got to have this reset. Yeah. And it's healthy in the long run. I'm not making fun of anybody. I hope I don't come across as that way. But when we talk about zero time to expiry options, that is at least in part what drove these things to such highs. It's just people rolling the dice. That's not what I do. I'm going to dare to say, Josh, Mike. That's
I do it all day long.
It's antithetical to investing.
Turn the heat
Jimmy,
up.
I say that a pullback only looks healthy in other people's stocks.
Well, but like, how important to you is sentiment overall in the way that you think about like the forward opportunity? Do you like, would it stop you? Would it stop you from adding the next stock to your portfolio?
No.
Or adding more exposure
Probably
to
the opposite,
equity?
right?
If there was like sky high bullish sentiment, do you give a shit? I don't.
No.
Okay.
And here's where
people are bullish in a bull market.
Yeah,
Duh.
I don't care about that stuff.
To a fault. Okay. I really mean it, to a fault. What I do every day is I wake up in the morning and I say, where is it? Where is there a dollar?
I got my ears cleaned today. Jeez. I had to go out.
There and I love looking for it.
Come on.
You can, Mike, but here's
But you have to buy
rub.
the worst fucking stocks on the planet. But you will find it. You will find it.
You don't have to buy the worst stocks on the planet.
Okay.
But you have to be patient. And and you know this, right? There's times that I'm just sitting there like, man, this sucks. Josh is beating me up.
No,
Steve's
you could
beating
go
me
out
up.
further. You could say, this is not selling at 50 cents on the dollar today, but based on the earnings, I think in 3 years,
Exactly.
this is 50
Yeah,
cents.
but
You could do that.
sometimes you think you're buying a dollar for 50 cents and you're buying 50 cents for $3.
You're 100% right, which is another way of saying whatever your investment philosophy is, you're going to make mistakes. I make
Not
mistakes.
me.
I was on the air. I'll do it again today, but then I want to retire it. I was remarking 2 days ago on JCPenney and Paramount, just absolute disasters. And at the time, I thought I was getting Mike 50 cents, a dollar's worth of value at 50 cents.
Well, he's got a more in the
1,000. But if you do it long enough, you kind of more
the contract
than
he's
anything
about to
is
sign.
You test your thesis every day. Am I right? Am I wrong? What am I missing? What's the market missing? And if you get a comfort level with that, you can stick in there through thick and thin. But there's times that like you would probably stage an intervention, like Jimmy, look at the RSI. Like I'm gonna lift your hand off of the buy button.
Not that we need to spend too much time on Paramount, but
when he said every day I wake up and
I was gonna say, what's your
look
morning
to buy
routine?
$1.50. It reminded me of the meme where somebody texted somebody like, I thought I saw you last night at whatever, and the response was I creating shareholder value? And the person goes, no, and he goes, then it wasn't me.
Who
I
said
would've thought
that?
Paramount. I know, like, there's been obviously news surrounding the stock, but I would have thought just like with the Taylor Sheridan phenomenon that the stock would have been doing well. Maybe that's like too
because
simpleton, but
the problem with it, and I lost money in Warner Brothers Discovery. So
like
I
the
can speak to
streamer's
this.
working.
The problem
It
with
is.
both of these names is the debt level.
Yeah.
And then in the case of Paramount, the bullshit between Shari and the board and Mario Gabelli.
But that's like mostly behind us. Given the what is it, an 80%
well,
wipeout?
now it's acquired. It doesn't matter.
They're going to buy Skydance.
No. It's still
Or it's
trading.
buying
Mike,
Skydance.
They're going to buy Skydance for stock.
Yeah.
Which is the dumbest thing. Like, don't use that currency. You just said,
Depressed.
and I agree. Like the streaming's working, and
But
they've
do you
got
like
good
the new
content.
people taking it over?
I'm intrigued to see what they do. I'm obviously out of it, but
Yeah.
I'm watching, and I'd
All right,
like
Josh,
to
now buy
see
it.
once the don't.
No, I'm not.
I'll do an intervention there.
I'm
I
not.
actually, on air when you did the Warner Brothers, I was like twitching, like, oh
Yeah.
please. But with Paramount, just let's see
Little
how much
5
they
minute
dilute
there.
the share base to buy Skydance. That's what the thing is, and. Listen, we learn from our mistakes, right? Here's a critical mistake. Everybody should know this. If you invest in a company with dual class shareholders, you don't have control.
Yeah.
And Sherry Redstone will do things that
Or
have
Cosmo?
nothing to do with your
Team
interests.
Warner
but
for
it has
free.
one shareholder.
Be after
you know
hours,
what
doesn't
else
matter.
is dual class? Meta.
I hear you.
Oh, you sent me a message when
Alphabet.
I was out
And
yesterday.
SGBX
they're
safe
not
and
shy
green
about
shares moving
promoting
again
the
now.
reason for
At,
why they
uh,
do
Completely forgot, my
share
bad.
class.
1
Like,
cent.
so here's
Up
what
about
happened.
4.5%.
Here's what really happened.
Or
They
the,
watched the
pre-market
situation
highs
at eBay
on that
when like
NASDAQ.
Carl Icahn got involved and demanded they spin off PayPal. And I think Andreessen was on the board.
Compliance
And like
news that's
Carl like,
Sandy
went
Golf
after
Bravo X-ray.
Andreessen. And then they watched the same thing happen at Apple. They watched Carl Icahn beat up Tim Cook. Now, in both cases, it worked out well for the shareholders, but it was really public.
Cosmo,
And it was really acrimonious.
your
And
January
very shortly after that, you started seeing these
Slade.
companies
I made
reorganize.
$1,000 in
And they
January.
said, look, here's the deal. We've rewritten the
Don't beat yourself up,
Constitution,
homie.
And shareholders have no say in how we run this company. And if you don't like it, now is the time to sell.
Yeah.
Because we think tech people should run tech companies, not hedge fund managers from West Palm.
Yeah. And look, you're absolutely right. There are exceptions to every rule.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, you've got to be careful with dual class shareholders, especially smaller companies.
What
And I
about
don't-
dilution?
Huh?
I'm sure you're not a fan of dilution.
Well, what I'm
No
a
one
fan
is.
of, what we're all a fan of, is companies that generate free cash flow and return that free cash flow in the form of share buybacks. I love share buybacks. Even something like a stock I've had to be patient on, Citigroup, that we've talked about over the years, right?
Okay.
They've shrunk their share count by about 40%
Every year.
But like
and they didn't
real
get credit for it until recently.
Exactly.
Yeah.
40%, and they're buying these shares back below tangible book value, which is, apropos of what I was saying about I wake up in the morning what I'm looking for. They're buying $1 worth of value at like 70 cents on the dollar.
The 2 year correct
Jane
for?
Fraser?
Jane Fraser.
Oh,
So she's
freaking
an axe man. Like she came in and just started
Break even on
chopping
that.
things off and
Hey,
getting
so
rid
I'm
of
now
them
up
and,
$8 on the day.
funding a huge buyback,
Mhm.
and it worked.
We're gonna roll over here,
it's
boys.
Working now for the last year and a half. She's
Right.
been in the office,
Sing.
CEO for about 4 years. I've never seen the absolute absence of a honeymoon. Okay, Wall Street, as soon as she came in, just sold the stock.
Yeah.
And I get it because Chuck Prince, Vikram Pandit, whoever,
Corbett.
Michael Corbett, I think. And
Yeah.
I'm not just slamming these guys. They did their best to manage what Sandy Weil put together. It frankly was unmanageable.
Yeah.
So when Jane Fraser came in, the street just said, "We don't believe anything you're going to do."
Yeah.
We've seen it before. We've seen the announcements, but she did it. She said it is unmanageable, so we're going to start hiving things off. We're going to start with the international operations. Anything that's not core, we're going to get rid of. Then when that was done, then there's still one step left to come, which is the Banamex IPO that'll happen maybe later this year, maybe early next year. It's only delayed because you got to deal with the Mexican government. But okay, pretty much done with international right sizing. Then she went to the domestic businesses. This is what the three of us would do if we're running a company, right? If something isn't earning the cost of capital, it's gone.
You know who else is doing that now, and not yet getting the credit? And maybe you'll be.
I'm listening.
Maybe you'll be vindicated in this. GM doesn't stop selling shit off.
Yeah.
But this stock is it. I want it to work. No, I do. I know you want it to work more than I do because you're
I'm not
long
in.
right now.
No, I'm actually
you're
out of
out?
it.
The
Yeah.
stock is a roller coaster.
I mean, this stock just
Tariffs.
it seems like it just no matter what they do, it's almost magnetized to go back to $38 a share. And but they're pursuing that playbook.
Yeah.
Like they just got out of cruise. They're not going to do autonomous.
Members, we are
The ship
seeing a
doesn't
little
wanna
weakness
see
in
them do that,
markets.
apparently.
Speaking to
what the street
traders, traders
is
are
holding
mentioning
against them is the tariffs because these guys have an 8%
this GDP
overall
now
profit.
Atlanta
every
model,
year
which
it's a
showed
different
a
problem.
drop from
Fair enough,
2.3% to
I
a
sold it
minus
in November when Trump first
1.5%.
announced that he was gonna put the tariffs
It's
on,
causing
because
a
the
little
math
headwinds
is
in
just that
regards
wipes out
to
profits. I don't need to go
the
through
recent
it. It
market
absolutely
pop we
wipes
saw
out
this
profits.
morning.
I had to sell it on
That's
that
just some
news.
commentary in regards to
I
this
can't imagine
little
that
drop we're seeing in
we
markets.
let this company just get
Traders
decimated
are
by tariffs.
mentioning
Maybe I'm wrong.
that
But
report
in
by
the
the
meantime,
Atlanta
they're
Fed
looking
GDP
like
now
without
model.
tariffs, they look like they're going to generate $11 a share in earnings. What are they selling for? 47?
It's a 7 multiple. It's fucking crazy.
I don't know. I think it's like a 5 multiple. I think it's
5
a
multiple. I
4.5.
mean, what?
Because people think the profit's going to go away with tariffs.
That's a
And it
dollar
will.
selling for a dollar. So when you're looking at these stocks, how do you say like, okay, I'm going to buy Citi versus Wells Fargo, Bank of America, because it's not just the quantitative numbers. This is selling for 0.8 times tangible book. This is selling for 1.1. There's got to be some sort of story that gets you to buy Citi versus Wells or Bank or something.
A very
like that.
important point is management, and that's with Jane Fraser. That's where I got big in the name. I mean, I owned a few banks at the time that she came on board, and then I really concentrated on Citigroup. By the way, side note: if you're going to be in any industry, you have to own the best company in the industry.
Oh, preach! I love this.
In financials, you
I
have
say
to.
this all the time.
Now, so if I'm going to own Citigroup, that has to be after I own J.P. Morgan. There can't be I own Citigroup but not J.P. Morgan.
Yeah,
If I'm
and you might be leaving money on the table by not buying the third best, but you're also probably leaving risk on the table too.
You said this last night to John Ford. It's such a great point. People that went looking for value in an AMD got fucking smoked. Just buy the winner.
Yeah. Just the name's down
Although that stock
50% in an AI bull
was a
market.
darling 2 years ago. Right?
It had a great run.
But it's never the best at anything. And this is I want to get to the reshoring thing while we're on tariffs.
Let's do it.
Okay. So this is something that you started talking about, I think, around the time the infrastructure bill came out, or maybe even before that. But you had this notion that one of the biggest risks to like American prosperity
two guys
became
on the
really
right are
obvious to
constantly
us
working.
when we couldn't get chips for SUVs.
Yeah.
You had parking lots filled with Chevy Tahoes waiting for a chip from God knows where to be implanted into the truck. The longshoremen and all the stuff going on at the ports. And there's like 50 other examples.
Did this
But, like,
just bounce off?
you pointed out the corporate America is not just going to sit here and go back to just-in-time supply chains. That's a thing of the past. They're going to have to find a way to do things closer to home, either friendshoring in Mexico or just find a way to be more efficient with manufacturing operations here in America. Are we in the third inning of that? The first inning? The seventh
TRNR.
inning? And like, how does that inform
Whoa.
the way that you look for investment opportunities if you think that that's still going to be something that's in force?
So the answer to the question comes down to something that I very strongly believe, and I mentioned earlier, and it's something I've been saying to clients a lot recently. Focus on policies, not politics.
Trump believes in this.
Yes.
Okay.
And that, not to be facetious, but this is not the first time he's been in office, right? So we had the indications from him.
This is
of what he
interesting.
wanted
This
to do. Then you had
daily
the pandemic,
diagonal here,
which showed up
230.
the
Call it.
liabilities. Okay. If you talk to like real economists, they're going to say the one thing that you should count on in economics is specialization of industries and geographies. Doesn't matter. Okay. It doesn't matter if that's what economists believe. The policies right now are designed to bring production back home. There's this new word.
No matter what the cost.
No matter what the cost.
Trump says
And
has
there's this
had
new
good
word that I didn't
discussions
know
with
existed 2
Putin
months
on
ago called
Russia.
Autarky. I may be mispronouncing it.
Autarky.
It means doing everything yourself, being a closed economy, getting everything.
Said the Ukraine deal is a big commitment from the United States.
It's not a good policy from an inflation point
You
of
keep
view.
talking about that.
What? If you edit
Yeah, it's
that,
just
if you
going
edit
Trump
that
trying
out
to
quick.
pop the markets here.
All right, go ahead.
It's going to be inflationary. Look, we're going to run out of workers. Okay, you're going to run out of fresh water. We're building semiconductor plants in Arizona for crying out loud. You're going to run out of fresh water. Okay, but it is the direction we're going, regardless of whether you agree with it or not. Okay, so we can fight about it. We can feel bad about it, and I'm not making light. I know people really are upset with what's going on in Washington D.C. Our job is to make money, no matter what the environment is, no matter what we feel about
Damn
it.
right.
We've got to focus on policies.
Elon is
Policies
making
are clearly reshoring.
Elon is making 2 million Teslas a year, and more than half of them are being made here. We absolutely can make things here.
We can, but we don't
I'm
have
not saying
we
it's
don't have that many
optimal
workers.
always.
Here's what I think. Here's what I hope. Okay, here's what I hope. I hope that the Mexico-Canada tariffs are a negotiating ploy. I think they are, right? Whether it's fentanyl, whether it's the border, whether it's renegotiating the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Act, let's hope that's
So we can all live.
because you really need that production capacity, resources, whether it's plants, whether it's people, whether it's raw materials. You need that from the north and from the south. We simply can't do the autonomy that is being talked about.
We
here.
can't build tequila here.
Can I?
Just not good tequila.
Can I tell you the thing that I've learned over the years that the Bears hate the most, but the Bulls aren't even aware of it? I almost think I might be the only person that understands this sometimes because no one else
Get on his level, people.
Nobody else ever talks about this, but I bet you've thought about it. There's this thing in the markets, and what's going to happen with tariffs is, I think, going to be perfectly emblematic of this. You ever see like a company come out and cut earnings guidance, and then the stock sells off, and the new earnings let's say they were supposed to do $1.10, and they say, sorry, we're actually going to do $1. And the stock, let's say, goes from 50 to 40. So 20% correction.
Where does the money go?
Wait a minute. Stop. Oh, Starbucks. so wait a minute. So follow me on this. The stock falls 20%.
Yeah.
They cut their earnings guidance from $1.10 to $1. Then they come out and report earnings, and they do $1.04.
President Trump said we
The
have
stock
something
doesn't
that
just
is
go
a
to
very
50, it goes to
fair deal. It's a
70.
big commitment from the
And
U.S.
this is the thing the Bears hate
Trump
the
said
most.
spoke
Don't people
Putin,
understand
had good
yet how this
discussions
is going to
with
play
Russia.
How
out?
true is that?
The tariffs,
What he just
deal.
explained.
roil the markets, freak everybody out. Everyone on Wall
We'll
Street's
sign
going to have
minerals
to
deal
rewrite
today.
their S&P earnings estimates,
Zelensky
their,
says
their
hopefully this
price
document
targets.
will be a step
And then Trump's going
forward
to
for the
save
Ukraine.
the day
I
by
wanted to
canceling
discuss
his
what the
own
U.S. is ready
tariffs.
to do.
And the market's not just going to go back to where it started selling off. It's going to go 20% higher. This is the thing that the Bears...
He's so right, though.
I wish there were like a German word for this, like one of those
Just make it up.
9-syllable
Yeah,
German words.
exactly.
No, but you know what I mean?
You're
And
right.
this-
That's a great take.
This is the thing that routinely happens with individual stocks and with the overall market, where a problem is created, everybody comes out with lower estimates and gets bearish.
Starbucks is a great example.
The problem goes away, and it's not like the Bulls just get back what they lost. They get back that.
The ticker
That's
TRNR, Tango Romeo,
And the
November
Bears, like,
Romeo,
we
no
understand what's
social
happening.
media circulations
This
on the name.
is
Sure seen
obviously how the
increased
tariff
activity,
thing will play out.
TRNR.
I just don't know if it takes a year or one bad poll. Like, I don't, like, you know what I mean? But, like, this is going to be the ultimate bear killer. The people who are getting all bared up on tariffs, this is going to suck so much for them. This is going to suck so much for them when the problem gets solved and the Bulls make everything back and then some. That's my take.
Totally agree.
Have you observed that before? What button?
Well, yeah, that exact scenario.
That's hot, right? Have you observed this before?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
No, this concept.
What the
you've seen this
absolute-
before, right?
In Trump 1.0. I remember one.
Say
look,
more.
well,
Say more.
So we all remember, like, you woke up and you looked at Twitter, and what was he tweeting today, right?
It's like it was yesterday. I
And
do.
so,
What is
and
that?
so one day I'm in Constellation Brands. It's a liquor beer company that owns Corona, I think. It's been a long time.
I think they own Modelo.
They own Mexican beers.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
he wakes
Oh,
up
no,
one day in
Corona,
like
Corona.
2018 and he's pissed off at Mexico for
What is
I
that?
don't know what. And he just tweets out, we're going to put
Oh, there
whatever,
goes $800.
50%
Who needed
tariffs on
that?
Mexico. I wake
$700.
up in the morning, I'm like looking at the
It
futures,
always
I'm looking at
happens when I'm
Constellation
freaking
Brands, it's getting
balls
pummeled,
deep
right?
long.
And then he takes it off and it goes back up. I mean, I don't remember if it went
All the
back
time.
past the highs. That stock was very difficult. I
People
gotta
don't
tell
even
you, but-
understand. There's going to be a press conference where he says, "I have saved America from tariffs." And the S&P is not just going to gain back what it lost. It's going to be euphoric.
But that's what stocks do. They
That's
go
what
up.
stocks
They
do.
go up.
They go up. Say it
I
again, brother.
have sold short stocks in my life. It's a miserable business. You wake up in the morning. I don't know if either of you have ever done it. You wake up in the morning and you hope for bad
I've
things
never
to
done.
happen.
I've bought puts on stocks to speculate.
Okay.
I've never made.
I
money
shorted
doing it.
Amazon in 2011. I got out of that business.
It's miserable. You wake up in the morning.
fundamentals?
You're hoping for bad things to happen.
Right.
And you're always a fish swimming against the current. Always, right?
Well, I think there are people that do that for a living, and that's different.
Freaking A,
I think
man.
for most people like you and I, It's not ever going to be our forte.
Shut up, Cheese.
Because we don't have it within ourselves to be rooting for bad outcomes.
Exactly.
But if you zoom out long enough, people are motivated to make more money, and that drives capitalism, and it drives earnings, and it drives the stock market higher over time.
Yes.
This
Yes. We grow.
Yeah.
All right.
We grow.
This is going to take a minute to go through to listen to, but I think it's really important for this conversation. Bear with me.
If it's a severed head, I'm going to be very upset.
Where there's really a lot of uncertainty, and I have pretty strong views here. When you take a brew of tariffs, I mean, tariffs cannot be positive, okay? I mean, it's a tax. And you can imagine tit for tat if the U.S. does something, implements a tax on somebody, somebody else is going to, perhaps raise the stakes and raise their tax back. So taxes are never positive. On top of that, we have slowing immigration, which means the labor force will not grow as rapidly as previous over the last, say, 5 years. And so, and in addition, now you have Doge.
President
right?
Trump
And
says we're going to take rare earths and
wherever
use it
you
for
lay on
all
the
we do,
Doge
including
issue,
AI and military
that's
weapons.
austerity. And austerity, when that money's been coursing through the economy over many years, and now potentially it will be reduced or stopped in many ways.
You
it's
piece
gotta
of
be
shit.
negative for the economy. So you have tariffs, I could see a situation where we think growth is going to slow to 1.5% from 2.5% in the second half, and yet the unemployment rate is actually going to go down, which because of.
All right, so that's Steve Cohen speaking at Miami this week at the FII Priority Conference, which I think is like how Saudi Arabia
How's this?
reintroduces itself
Thank
to the
you.
world as a benign. Okay, great. Congratulations. on all
Daily
that.
is
So,
239.
what do you think, though, about that concept in the second half of this year? At least based on how things seem to be going now.
That needs to hold.
You will have the austerity that comes from the Doge layoffs and all the spending cutting.
Look at
which
this volume.
I guess is good for the taxpayer, but maybe not great for economic data, at least not right away. You've got tariffs, which who the knows what those will look like and for how long they'll be on. And then you've got slowing immigration, which we all know one of the principal forces acting on inflation is the lack of being able to find workers for various industries. All three of those things at the same time, probably not great. And even Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is publicly saying there might be a little bit of pain for us to achieve our objectives. It's hard to stay bullish on economic growth and cyclical
Big levels
stories.
up here.
And Steve Cohen doesn't do this
Look
often.
at this volume.
He's not
Jeez.
Druckenmiller, who like every 6 months, it's not Ray Dalio, where it's always 1937. Like he does not do this very often, and he sounds pretty dour.
And he's made a lot
So
of money.
now the question is,
Dour.
are you smarter than Steve Cohen?
I don't know.
Better investor though?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
No.
All right.
It's certainly not a better
No,
trader. But I'll give you my thoughts.
What do you say to 1.5% GDP down from an estimated 2.5 to 3? That's like that would be a material difference in people's expectations.
There may be some short-term pain, and I do think the tariffs are going to be inflationary. Let's just start with what to me is obvious. The promoters of the tariffs like to say, well, the exporting countries are going to pay for it and this, that, and the other thing.
Right.
And it's the methodology of you say something loud enough and repeat it often, maybe it'll be true, but it's not.
So
gonna be true.
inflation plus austerity plus wage pressure.
Here's my hot take. I actually like what I'm seeing in Washington D.C. Okay, and on the workforce reduction. Anybody who's watching this and is thinking that I'm an asshole and insensitive, I don't want anybody to lose a job. That's not my point. I feel terrible about that. But I think in the intermediate future, not the distant future, it's very good for the country. One of the economic dogmas, at least that I think is dogma, is that private sector workers tend to be more efficient than public sector workers. I have a small window many decades ago into being in the federal workforce, and I honestly believe that. I'm not denigrating federal workers, but I do think that they will be put to more productive work uses elsewhere. It's going to be painful right now. And
Or
let's
the
face
best
it,
will stay. The best will stay, and the ones who don't want to be called out on not working that hard, this is their opportunity to get out of there.
yeah, and go find another job. Now, I'm not being stupid, or at least I'm not trying to be stupid. A federal, like a Pentagon procurement officer, is not going to immediately overnight become a semi-truck driver. Like that's not that, you know, there's going to be friction and there's going to be pain, and I'm not minimizing that. But the good of the country is both getting these workers to where they're most productive, and as we've been talking about, we're going to need workers for all the production.
I'm the slayer
we're
of
bringing back
stocks.
to the United States. We're going to need workers. The other thing, and this is a little bit esoteric, but give me just a little runway on this. It is the American government philosophy to not do anything until a crisis makes it unavoidable.
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so the fiscal and position of the federal government is going to end in tears if we don't do anything about it. This is the first time I've ever seen a federal government action that is designed to get in front of a crisis. And by the way, the crisis, when the rest of the world says we have enough treasuries, thank you very much, it's going to be brutal. I mean, 5% 10-year treasuries? No, think a lot higher.
Is it realistic, though, to go from a 7% deficit to 3% inside of Trump's 4 years that he has, with the clock already ticking? Like that is economically ruinous. If you think you can get through to the other side, great. I don't know.
I mean, here's the ugly thing that you know is how do you really do that? You kind of inflate the economy so that the percentage of GDP that you're looking at,
matters less.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you actually...
Nobody's going to admit that, right? That's the quiet part out loud.
It sounds like you agree with Steve Cohen, but you disagree with the outcome. You're saying you agree that this is not going to be great for economic growth, but that the pain will be worth it because these things are overdue and they should happen.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think it's common sense that there will
Will
be
the
some
market be able to see through it the way that you do?
I don't think it is right now.
Okay.
I don't think it is right now. But let's do the numbers. You know, look, you know I like to live in numbers, right? Let's just say that 20% of the federal workforce gets let go. I think that's a big number. Maybe they'll do more, but that's 500,000 people.
Yeah.
We're creating jobs at a 175,000 a month clip. That's 3 months right there. It's 0.3% of the working age population, or the working population in the United States. That's 160 million, which is going down as baby boomers retire.
Yeah.
That's not me making stuff up. That's just like, it's a fact. Baby boomers will retire. The working population is going down. It sucks, and I'm not making light of people who are losing jobs, but they should be able to find other jobs.
Well, the other part of this is they're getting paid through, I don't know what month it is.
Severance payments.
September?
I think that's
like
right.
If they tweet the right things.
Right. It's not like they're being
tweet the right thing.
CL, Golf, Charlie, Lima, sure seen a spike in activity, new highs.
I'm not
GCL.
minimizing it, right?
No.
But hopefully in the next
That was
in the
on
next 7
my
months they'll be able to find
cock
out.
list.
And we'll find
Yep.
out.
Do you see the article this
288.
week in the Journal? 50% of consumer spending is coming from the top 10% of wealthy households.
Not being facetious, isn't that always the case? I feel like my whole
They
life
say
we've
it
been
was.
saying that.
No, it was lower than that.
They say it used to be 35%.
But looking at
recently,
so then with that being considered and looking at this just through the lens of the human impact aside, what matters to spending is that the rich keep spending, and what's going to cause them to stop spending?
A crypto note.
Is it the stock market?
Senator
Is it
Loomis out
20%
with
lower?
comments. It
What's
says
the number?
on strategic reserve.
Well,
Says
also
we don't
the
have
housing
enough
market
people
too, because
comfortable enough
the
in the
amount of wealth
House
that's
and
been
Senate
built
to
up
do
in these
this yet.
houses.
Is that what's fueling spending now, though, given how frozen the housing market is? I think it's 401k balances. People just feel rich.
I think it's all of the above.
And obviously employee stock-based compensation.
So when do people stop feeling rich? Is it where's the S&P 500? Is it 5,000?
I think it's not just how far it goes down, but how long it stays down. So I go back to last August. That was actually a correction. I think we actually got almost a 10% down from peak to trough, but it was over in literally 2 months.
Yeah.
Jimmy,
so like nobody had time to register. Your neurons didn't have time to register it.
Between September of 2023 and September of 2024, so 1 year.
Can this stop violently going down every time I take a long position on it?
They're spending by 12%.
Like, seriously.
Spending by working class and middle class households, meanwhile, dropped over the same period. And this is data going back to 1989, that top 10% of spenders was more like 30%, and now it's over 50%. Like, so it's like, is that sustainable?
Not if you're a shareholder of Dollar General.
Yeah.
And again, like, sorry, I'm going to do this again.
Think about that, though, when you're looking at stocks. Like, you kind of don't want to be necessarily in the trades that cater to the lowest end consumer.
I don't think so. And again, I'm just going to be insensitive again. There's never really been a time in my economic thesis that I've said, let's depend on the lowest quintiles of consumption.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. I feel like an asshole, but I'm just.
No, we're talking
calling
about the stock market.
Yeah.
By the way, that's a disgusting close. It accelerated. Nvidia's loss is down 8.5%.
This was yesterday's podcast, by the way.
Can we do some stocks to
Let's
close
do it.
things out?
Let's do it.
All right. I want to hear about what you're buying these days and why, and throw out some names.
Yeah, it's like let's do final trades.
Let's
right
do
now.
final trades.
Cisco Systems. I really do like Cisco Systems. We all know it, right?
Cisco looks good.
Let's
It
take
does-
a look.
it
What's
does
happening?
look-
What's the story? I don't know anything about
Stock
it.
is uptrending.
Looks really good.
Combination of hardware and software. Okay, so you know the hardware, it's the switches and routers, and they've got partnerships with NVIDIA, which keeps that business humming along. And it gets to use the letters A and I in its earning releases, so that makes things good.
That helps.
It also has been over many years growing its software business to diversify its business, and the Splunk acquisition really boosts its security business.
Cyber. Yeah.
Yeah, which obviously is a growth area. But I think really what you're seeing in the stock as a stock market participant, you're
I have
seeing
been
a
in
re-rating of the
all
market.
three of these violent
And there's a
dumps on this
direct
stock. I'm done with
analog,
it.
in my opinion,
I'm done
to
with it.
Oracle,
Moving
which
on.
for many, many years was just bebopping around at a mid-teens multiple. It was about 2 years ago, Oracle Cloud Services, they started catering to AI, and the stock got re-rated
Doubled.
into the. Yeah, but the multiple went up 50%, and that's what contributed to it. You had earnings growth and a multiple re-rating.
What's the multiple on Cisco now?
16 and a half, 17.
What should it be? You should be market multiple.
21, 22.
So if they just continue to execute, ultimately the multiple will go back to a market multiple.
Yes.
This stock is now making highs not seen since the year 2001.
And nobody's talking about it except for you.
Yeah,
That's
well,
great.
Reminds me of
'cause it was
IBM in
hated.
that way.
Yeah.
I love.
What stock are they talking
comparison.
about?
Looks
I
the
love the
same.
comparison.
Yeah.
And I love the fact that IBM is surging because remember there was
IBM.
like a 10, 12-year period. I think I was in and out of it 3 times, never made money, or it just didn't go anywhere. What happened to Cisco is like every company in the world, it got beat up during
Cisco?
the pandemic. It was out of sync in terms of its supply chain. First, that was clogged up. Then customers came in and said, because of the supply chain, we're going to overorder. What happens when you overorder? Eventually, the supply chain fixes itself. You've got high inventories, and the order book went down. So you had to go through that, and they came out of that about a year ago. Now, when a stock has a series of bad earnings reports, it's in the penalty box, and you don't get out of the penalty box with one good earnings report.
Yeah.
I think it was like the April quarter of last year. They had the first good earnings report. Stock traded up in the after hours.
GCL really
Next
pushing
day,
here.
oh,
It's
my
that
God,
288.
do this. But when you get that second good earnings report, third good earnings report,
It gets people's attention.
It
Like,
gets
all right,
people's
maybe this
attention.
isn't a fluke.
yeah.
So we did Citi. We'll skip that. AbbVie.
Yeah, we talk about good management, and sometimes I think like, well, what does that mean? Like, why would you say that? So here's a company that had a melting ice cube. Its main business was Humira, the anti-inflammatory arthritis.
Will they do Skyrizi also?
So Humira came off patent, and they had to replace it, and they replaced it with these 2 drugs, Skyrizi and Rinvoq, which have been gangbusters. Okay,
Great
so
song too. Nothing is everything. Like it's one of my favorites. I think.
Great
Actually,
volume
why do I
today.
like the
Just
best
needs to
is
get that
I'm
daily.
lowering my A1.
This could be a juicer here, boys.
Which one is that? Does anyone
Recent
know?
IPO, first
No,
daily cock.
it's
got all
like,
the ingredients, which means it's going to 0 on a
okay.
T12.
Skyrizi is skin.
Yeah.
Okay.
exactly. Eczema, psoriasis, all that sort of
All right.
stuff.
Okay.
But they've completely replaced Humira. They've completely replaced the revenue, and they keep getting these new indications for it. So they grew that business organically. They've made some really good acquisitions. now.
Jardiance. Sorry. Jardiance is lowering my A1C.
Nobody knows what you're talking about.
Where's Merck?
With
I haven't looked at
Jardiance,
that
it's easy
recently.
to see. I'm lowering my A1C.
You watch commercials?
Yeah. All right, go on.
Send up
No,
a 1 minute.
AbbVie. Okay.
So those are the sort of things that we talk about when we talk about
Short
good
share
management, those
restricted.
actions.
Oh, even better.
Stock trades at around 16 times earnings, 3.2% dividend yield. So, even if you have to wait, I don't think you do because it's got a nice run to it right now. That 3.2% keeps you warm at
All
night.
right, Delta. This one's on my list of the best stocks in
That's
the
a
market.
cuck.
DAL looks amazing. Why is this gonna? This is up a lot though. Delta. Why is it gonna keep going?
I hate using the term Goldilocks, but I think that's what you got here,
For
right?
the best carriers. So Delta and United.
United, yes.
Okay.
American.
Gotta wait longer
just has
on
too
it.
much
Maybe a
debt.
5
Just
minute.
too
We'll
much
see.
debt.
Okay.
But look,
Oh, it must
here's what
recover
you've got.
all.
You've got low fuel
We'll see.
prices.
We'll
You've seen
see.
what
Look at
crude oil
Delta.
is, right?
I know. I sold it.
You've got it's down a little bit from the high. You can pick it back up. Demand is hanging in there. Like people are still traveling, and there doesn't seem until you get layoffs, they're going to keep traveling. All right. Now, look, this is not a stock you want to own into a recession, but apropos of everything we're saying, I just don't see that happening anytime soon. So demand is good. Fuel prices are low. Contracts with their major unions have been done over the last few years, so you don't have to worry about that. That's kind of as good as it gets. So here's a stock that looks reasonably like it will earn $7.50 this year, maybe $8.50 next year. They've actually been performing so well over the last few years that they've been delevering their balance sheets. Why do airlines and similar companies get such crummy multiples? And this is trading around 7-8 times multiples. A lot of times it's because it's capital intensive and you got to fund that with debt. And equity markets don't like that. They don't like being behind a ton of debt. So as you delever, as you knock down the debt on the balance sheet, they're generating about $3-4 billion of free cash flow a year against a debt load that's around in the high teens, right? It starts to come down where the equity holders look at this and say, well, wait a second, more of the earnings, more of the free cash flow are coming to me. I should trade this at 10 times. So $75, $85 a share. Unless you get a recession, I think that's where you're going to see the stock by the end of the year.
There was a time 5 years ago that Warren Buffett was the largest shareholder in all 5 major airlines. I think he was going to be right, and then the pandemic happened.
Yeah.
And he had to sell because they all needed bailouts. They could not have stayed in business absent the bailouts and the optics of, at that time, he was the richest man in the world.
And he confirmed that.
Here's the richest man in the world is the largest shareholder in 5 companies that are getting federal assistance. So he almost had to take the loss to save those companies. And nobody gives him credit for having done that. Because I think if it weren't thus, he would have written it out. Like people are like, oh, Buffett got scared. He sold the airlines. No, dickhead. He saved them. He had to be.
Nice work,
had to
Jay.
get
Thank
out
you for
of
the 100
them
biddies.
in order for them to get bailed out. And they needed to be bailed out during the pandemic.
That is really interesting. I agree with you. I hadn't thought about that at all. I think you're absolutely
That was my
right.
theory. And
He confirmed it at one of the meetings. It was last 2 years ago. He confirmed it.
Oh, what did he say?
He
Did I miss that?
basically said that. Yeah.
Yeah, like he martyred himself so that the airlines could survive.
Okay.
And I thought that was, but I think he would have been right anyway because those stocks were doing well. So now they've resumed doing well, and they don't act like the airlines used to act. They're acting different.
Right.
Differently. What did Delta do right that the other ones haven't done as well?
There's a few things here,
I think
but
the
actually,
customer experience is really good.
the customer experience is really good.
Tricky.
They do
Let's
things
go,
like fly their
23.
Planes on time, notwithstanding what happened with CrowdStrike. Was it CrowdStrike over the
Also,
summer?
the partnership with Amex, the lounges got hot. Like they're connecting with the consumer.
I think yes, Michael, but also what they've done, and everybody's followed them, is really segmenting the cabin, so that you go back 20
I don't
years
want to
ago.
sit with the riffraff. I agree.
Well, go back 20 years ago. Where did they make their money? The front of the plane, where business people were going to spend $4,000 to fly across, cross country. And I don't know about your company. I know my company. That ain't going to fly, right? But you can buy a regular ticket, and if you, Jimmy, want to upgrade it, that's fine. And I may choose to just go to Economy Plus, get a little extra room.
Comfort Plus.
Whatever.
Yeah.
That's where
Comfort Plus is a great deal.
That's where my waistband is
Yeah,
going. But I think that's one thing they did is segmenting the cabin. They do really fly their planes on time. And I got to tell you, I'm in American Airlines. That's where I fly the most because 40 years ago, I signed up with them on their frequent flyers. So now I've got almost 1 million. But the number of times that they cancel or delay a flight is insane.
Yeah.
But I also think I'm sorry, I forget. One of you just said, hey, the airlines are doing something differently. It goes back 15 years ago to the great financial crisis. That's when they did all the things that the customers hate, but the shareholders loved, right? They stopped flying empty planes just to get a route empire. And they started segmenting what they were spending on or what they were charging on, right? So that's
charging for bags, extra bag. Yeah.
Do you remember 20 years ago, you didn't have to pay to actually check your bags?
Dude, 30 years ago, you could smoke a butt on the plane. I remember all of it.
No idea.
I remember all of
Jeez,
it.
no
Did you have fun on
idea.
the show today?
I had a great time. You guys are
Dude,
awesome. Thank you.
I can't believe how long it took for us to get you on. It's me.
All right, that's good. Oops. Trump Organization files trademark for Trump to launch a metaverse and NFT trading platform. I don't know. This NVVE has got a 5-minute squeeze building here. Am I feeling about the market? Well, okay, so we'll go over what we talked about a couple days ago. We'll do it again. I was just talking to one of my friends last night about this. This is how I view it. This is my take. Pretty simple. Red line crossing under, this is the daily chart of the SPY. If you're on a vertical stream, you can't see what we're looking at. Red line under yellow line. We got the retest, which happened a couple days ago. Rejected pretty hard. Now we're down. What does that mean? Over the past, however many we've looked at, all the way back to, I know I've looked at more. Did I delete them all? Anyway. For a while, whenever you get that cross, you get either a retest of the range and it runs and it's just a false break, or you get a retest of that range of the moving averages and it dumps. When that dump happens, you tend to get a 5 to 10% pullback from the very most recent peak down to where you're going. If it's 5%, we're there right now. Buy the freaking dip. Right? If it's 10, you're damn near getting near this trend line. This is only a 2-point trend line, but you're getting close to it. If it's 7%, it's a 200-day moving average. So the question is, do you nibble now? I don't know. Part of me says you have to bounce. You're hitting these Bollinger Bands here, and today you got to bounce some. So now, when do I sell everything and just sit on cash? That's when the weekly 9 on a weekly chart, when the 9 on the weekly crosses under the 21. When that happens, I'm all cash in every me. This is what I do. I'm not telling you what to do, not financial advice. This is what I do. Because that usually marks bulls and bear markets. We can go backwards and look at this in time. Let me do that. Yeah. So last time this happened, where the 9 crossed on the 21, guess what happened the very next day? We've talked about this before. Jerome Powell comes out and says, raising rates is over. We're going to start lowering rates. And he reversed what was going to be a disaster, probably. And just juiced the markets. So this was a false break. But Jay Powell saved the day. Let's go back in time when we had the last cross. Before that, I should say. This is February 2022. From top to bottom on the weekly chart, when you get that was a 27% pullback from the highs. From top to bottom. That's big. And that took how long? A year? October 2022, January 2022, 10 months? $20, 27%. Before that, this is February 2020. This must be COVID, probably, somewhere around there. I don't know. I can't remember the dates. This one, 35% pullback from top to bottom. Much quicker.
BON, Bond Natural Life.
This one here, when the 9 crossed the 21. This is 2018,
now, but that's
October
Bravo, Oscar,
2018.
November,
Something
BON.
about October's, huh? 20% move, top to bottom. This one almost flipped. This one was 2015. The weekly does not happen often. The weekly flip does not happen often. From top to bottom. 15% move. And you can almost say this was, you can almost connect it back here if you wanted to. And just say this was a false break up. Let's go back here. If you did that, then that's 15. Not much more, I guess. And then we go back, and we go back, and we go back. This one was in 2020.
Google is announcing Terraform providers for Oracle database at Google Cloud.
This one is 2011. Top to bottom, 20%. So the weekly is something I pay attention to. And on the flip side, when they flip up, like you want to talk about marking your bull markets. Here's your flip up from bottom to top. That's a 100% move to where it flipped down again. Here's where it flipped up. From bottom to where it flipped again. That's 62%. Here, from bottom to top, that's 45%. Here, where it flipped up, from bottom, this one's going to be big because it was pretty big. That's 120%. Here, which is our current bull run. No, I'll do here for the last one. This is from the head fake of J Powell. We're currently up 50%. So the weekly is something I pay attention to. For sure. We're not there yet. Everything looks fine right now. If we bounce, no one's going to blink again of this dip. Hold shift and click. Oh, I didn't know that. Thanks. Good banana. What was the purple line? So on this chart, this is the 200-day simple moving average, 100-day simple moving average. Green is the 50. Yellow's 21. 9 is the red one. And these lines here are just Bollinger Bands. That's it. Simple setup.
Member circulations, top Democrats on the Appropriations Committee say the Republicans have walked away from U.S. government funding talks, raising risk of a shutdown.
Yellow for 50? Nah, get out of here. I've been using green for decades. Or a decade. All right, we got a new video. Shit froze there for a second. Kim Caron. New vid.
Ticker Uber and ticker Lyft. It's a possible positive catalyst. TechCrunch is reporting Uber and Lyft hold transportation TNC permits. A spokesperson told TechCrunch that Tesla has not applied for this permit. Watch your shares Uber and Lyft on that.
Oh, so they didn't apply. What the hell is that about? What's that headline yesterday? But there's a catch. That's not the whole headline. Okay. All right, it's kind of stopped. The headline is out now. Okay. All right. Back to what I was trying to do.
Here with just your final take on where we're at with, obviously we had the February OPEX last week. Just want to get a little bit of an update on how you're thinking about things in terms of the sequence of this drawdown. I believe you're expecting some weakness in March. Any little final crumbs there?
Yeah, some quick crumbs. Look, I don't know how else to say this to people, but if you didn't see it come in on February 21st, you're not paying attention, right? Like I
sequence of this drawdown. I believe you're expecting some weakness in March. Any little final crumbs there?
Yeah, some quick crumbs. Look, I don't know how else to say this to people, but if you didn't see it come in on February 21st, you're not paying attention, right? Like I can only do that so many times, months in advance, to get people on the same page. You know, knowledge is all dampening, right? And again, like I mentioned, I'm not the only, like I was the only one talking about it 3 months ago, pointing at, you know, this window. But you better believe everybody from Jamie Dimon to Stevie Cohen to Jimmy, I said, almost call him Jimmy Buffett. To Buffett.
Go spending.
Jimmy Buffett.
Interesting. So is it the fact that maybe just government has been keeping us afloat from a recession for the past 4 years, 5 years, really?
The parent heads are completely short this thing.
That's an Irish coffee, man. Tell the truth, Jen.
I wish. So anyway, the beauty here is people know it.
22
so
years,
it's not gonna be fast,
maybe.
right? Yeah, this is the window really into that March OPEX.
That's what Chamath said.
I don't think, to be clear, that this is the.
So really, we're in a recession.
I do.
Just the government kept us out of it, or we should have been in a recession, but the government kept us out of it.
And I do think, you know.
Oh, jeez, good.
You won't get a big again when that comes. You'll get the knee jerk and the response, but again, I think we're really in some low vol kind of range that eventually gives up to the liquidity that's coming off the table, the recession that's likely coming, all the things we've talked about, and I don't think U.S. markets, particularly these valuations, do very well this year. And again, my call has been 30 to 40% from peak to trough, but it's not happening yet. This is the first move.
30 to 40%.
It will hurt because the vol is kind of low and people are not prepared and people are all in and blah blah blah. But again, it's coming. It'll take a little bit longer than you expect. But this current decline is not over yet.
First Fed cut. Best guess.
When?
Oh.
Yeah.
He said that.
End of Q2.
Okay, so June probably. Yeah. May it goes May, June. And last question on large cap versus small cap, maybe 6 and 12 month outlook.
That's a good question. I don't like either. I will be clear. I'm not choosing. I don't think we're going to see some massive rotation from one to the other.
Maybe value growth is better, but that's sort of just a market down expression. That's sort of just market down expression.
It is and it's not, but yes, that tends to be the case in a market down, and I do think that will definitely be the case. And I do think we haven't seen that in a while, which will be right. I large cap, small cap is not a strong distinction for me. Yeah, less interesting.
I think the analogy I use is like where. On the declines, the large cap, like tech growth makes new lows, but the value kind of
means I read your thing.
Just lower lows for the growthy stuff, and maybe the value can.
I'm responding rather than typing because I'm streaming. So I give you an emoji to let you know I saw your post.
Yeah, normally I would say, small cap in this environment.
And the emoji could mean I agree with it or whatever, or it could relate in some fashion, I guess. I don't know.
Some problems there.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Of course, this fails. Gave it all back. That'd be me, yo. I'm getting my butt handed to me today. That went to 49. $100 million shares of volume on a sub-million share float. Got it. Totally normal. I do short when I play a lot of shit stocks, so I can't short those. E-Trade doesn't have the shares for me to short that. But if there's a short setup on a larger float, then I can. Yeah. I don't care about shorting or not shorting. I'm here to make money. I don't care which direction the stock goes.
Being the legend that you are and a hockey aficionado, what is your take on the future of the Flyers? Love your content and insights.
They got a lot of young, good players. Here we go. Is this thing going to juice now? The Flyers need a goalie. It's unfortunate what happened with their goalie situation. Michkov is going to be an animal. You got a lot of good young players. It's just not their time. You're more comfortable going long. Well, I'm not going to go typically. I'm not going to go against the market. Like if we're in a bear market, I'm looking for shorts mostly, but the market's going up, so you want to be with that momentum. I'm not trying to find that little eddy in the river that's going the other way. I'm typically. It's easier for my platform to play long because I literally push up one button, I'm in. Sometimes in the greatness of my platform, if I go short when I think I'm entering right then, a pop-up will say are you sure you want to short? And I don't know if that pop-up's gonna, because I have to use margin or something, tells me the estimated margin that I'm going to be using, blah 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 blah, and I don't know if that's going to happen or not, and that could dick my trade. So yeah. TRNR gonna break away here. Poodle poo, 7 months. Let's go, buddy. BTAI. I'm not doing good today, boys. I'm red. Nothing's working out right now. Riley. There's a flat top here. Yesterday's high. Full board long. On this NVVE, there's a squeeze building here on the squeeze. It's kind of chilled a little bit. Something to watch, see if they can get going. It's a diagonal here. Maybe 310 break sends it. I don't know. Market's taking a shit here, of course. TRNR went. Breaking away nicely. What am I watching? All dressed up today. TRNR getting the juice. Getting the absolute juice. Still watching this NVVE. Some weird price action here. This Riley could go too. RILY. Flat top there. Damn, Salty. Whatever will you do? You're gonna have to cut back on salt packet or sauce packets then. CYN hitting the scanners. Is that a former runner? No. This is probably a Chinese dump stock, isn't it? NUC is still going, huh? What a slow day. Unless we come all the way here for... Don't tell me I top ticked it. Don't do this to me again. I mean, I just randomly pushed the button. I wasn't even looking at price. Don't do it to me. Look at this, Phil. Do you see that? Do you see that? It's disgusting. It's gardened again. Wait, what the hell? VP Vance says it was disrespectful for Zelensky to come into the Oval Office litigating in front of the American media. You're gambling with World War III, Trump says. Vance tells Zelensky, have you said thank you once? You went to Pennsylvania to campaign for the opposition. What's going? It doesn't sound like it's going very smooth over there in the Oval Office today. Supposedly it blew up and they removed everybody. Hot damn. Why did he come all the way? They were supposed to sign the mineral agreement today, supposedly. That doesn't sound like it's going to happen. Unless they already did and they're arguing about something else. Can we just ground his plane? Oh, yeah, that'll be a good look. Signs the deal or he's getting a stick up his ass. That's what it sounds like. The headline that are coming out are nuts. I can't wait. Cheese has Bloomberg Terminal, so he's going to be able to get the headlines before we will. Us plebs. ever thought about buying. I don't know what I'm missing, and I don't even know how to use it or how I would use it. So it's like you have one, and everyone that I've ever known that's had one has never not had one. Like they get it and then they have it. So it must be good, right? Because that's quite the investment. On the flip side, I can't justify the cost right now for my profits. Like I don't really want to take like 30% of last year's profits and use it to buy Bloomberg. Maybe when I, scale up again and I'm making some fat stacks, but I'm not there right now. So it's hard to justify. Golly, the volume is just dead right now. There's no link to the Trump-Zelensky thing. You're watching a chunk of it. It's nuts. Is this the argument? Oh.
Yeah, but that's exactly right. Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, yeah, the situation the same. The people are been dying.
Is this
on the
real?
contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversations, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him. Me, like a new president in 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel. We signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed with him gas contract. Gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken the ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front
See,
of the
this
American
isn't live.
media. Right now,
That's the
you
headline
guys
that we
are
got
going
15 minutes
around
ago.
and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have.
So this is not live. Did you look at his Zelensky after he got pressed by Vance?
Exactly right.
Yes, but
Watch what he does with his arms.
2014 till 2022.
Defensive.
Yeah, the situation.
He's a frail man.
People are been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversations, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring people.
Ooh, this is getting tense.
Mr. President, do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now. But you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly what
this.
you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very
You will
good.
feel influence.
We're going to feel very
I'm
good and
telling
very
you,
strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed
From
yourself to be in a
the
very bad
beginning
position, and
of
it
the
happens
war.
to be
Markets
right
don't
now.
like this.
Beginning of the war.
You're not
Mr.
in a good
Brown,
position.
I
You don't
was
have the cards right now. With us, you start having
not
cards.
playing cards.
Right now, you don't.
I'm very
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're gambling with the lives of millions
Oh
of people.
my gosh.
You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's
with
back
all
to you.
respect to your
Far
country.
more than a lot of people said.
Holy
Have you said
shit.
thank you once this
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today.
have you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to
Dude, they're
save
pissed.
your country.
They're pissed.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can...
not speaking loudly. He's not
Yeah.
speaking loudly. Your country's
Can I-
in big
can I-
trouble.
can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No,
Can
you've
I
done a lot
answer?
of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not
I
winning.
know.
You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of
we
coming
are
out
staying,
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning.
getting
of the
your
war.
ass
We've
kicked,
been
bud.
alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this
We
cabinet.
gave you, through
I
this
said thank
stupid
you.
president, $350 billion.
You voted
We gave
for
you
your
military
president.
equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about West
If you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3
okay?
days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing.
Dude, this guy,
I tell you.
the audacity.
I said a lot of times to American people.
Accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's
I
very
understand.
important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You
I'm-
don't have the
I'm
cards.
thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you
You're
again,
running
I
low
know.
on soldiers.
Don't-
Listen,
don't please,
you're running
Mr.
low on
President.
soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And then you
President.
then
Just
you
keeps
tell them,
talking over
I
the
don't want a
prez, man.
ceasefire. I don't want a
Like,
ceasefire.
shut the
I
hell
wanna
up for a
go,
second,
and I
bro.
wanted this. Look.
Members, we are seeing a little
Ceasefire
downtick in
right
markets.
Now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop.
We are seeing a
falling
little
down.
volatility following this
I'm saying you don't
Oval
want a
Office
ceasefire.
discussion between Zelensky, Trump, and
Because
Vance.
you get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
We're seeing a lot of circulations of a heated exchange between
Circulations,
Zelensky and
bro.
the president, and the commentary just out by Collins. Caitlin Collins of CNN says, as we were leaving the Oval Office, I asked President Trump if he and President Zelensky can still negotiate after what just happened. Trump said, we'll see.
Of
In
course.
fact, the statement
That's
is
not big.
Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do you do then? I understand that it's a heated...
Is this a freaking wrestling belt that he brought of Ukraine and Russia or U.S.?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama.
This is a
They
shit show.
respect me.
And we're here for
Let
it.
me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia.
Oh,
Russia,
this is
Russia,
not.
Russia.
The markets
You
are
ever
not
hear
going to
that deal?
like
That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by
What a
Russia.
bomb dropped on your head.
The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused
Oh,
of all that stuff.
jeez, man.
All I can say
Wow,
is
what
this.
a
He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush And he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that.
Damn right.
Advancing the market update, S&P futures down 6.50, the Dow futures down 2, NASDAQ is down 20.50, crude is down 43 cents at $69.92. Natural gas is down 6 cents at $3.87. Gold is down 40.20 at 28.55.70. Bitcoin futures up 210 at 84,035.
Wow. Wow. All right. Lows of the day, round 2. Is that what we're going to see here? It's a big level across the market. America's isolating itself from the rest of the world. Well, I'm down like what, 1,000? Oh, almost $2,000 today. Jeez. Not how I wanted to end February. The retest. They could roll. See. Not very tactful. Do you know who you're talking about, bud? The man has zero filter. $15. Yeah, I don't know what what the market's going to do today. I really don't. You know, I really thought we'd see some sort of bounce today, but and who knows, it could come all in the last hour. I don't know, but it doesn't feel like that bounce day that you'd be looking for. I mean, that might be because we didn't get a gap down. If we got a gap down, I think we would have seen some severe buying. I'm just looking at my gains for the week. That's not the week. How did I do that? What did I do last week? I thought it was green. Oh no, I had that $8,000 loss day. That's right. How did I do this week? $5,000. Be up higher if I wasn't red right now. How we do for the month of Feb? $27K. It's a good month. It's a good month. I could do that over and over again. Could do that over and over again. $2,000 in fees. Up 30% year to date. When you're rolling 611%, 3-year, 880%. That always makes me feel better. Holy shoes. Jeez. That's why I can't ask things.
This is why we can't have nice things. Fucking bunch of know-it-all political activists all of a sudden on both sides. Take all your opinions and send them to Soil's house.
What's going on here? What a shit show. IBIO. That's interesting. If I get some volume, break it by diagonal. Crazy. Wow. Oh, wow. She's finally letting us rate her. Martini, I know you're listening. I got to go. Today's an early day for me. I've got some errands I got to run that are time sensitive. We're going to raid Martini. She finally allowed us to raid her. Good week. Shitty day today. Not bad considering it was only 4.5 days of trading because Wednesday my computer decided to take a shit on me. So closing it up here down $1,700. You know, yesterday when I had to get off, the market crashed. So I expect similar today. I'm about to sign off for the day. The market is going to crash. You're welcome. You guys will be millionaires by the time I come back. Right now, I gotta go. Peace out, everybody. New month in March. Clean slate. DMs are always open if you need any help. Here to help. Here to help. For free. Well, besides feed picks. Peace out.